Hey guys, how's it going? It is March 27th, 2017 at 6:20 p.m. and I'm using some current date and time information on a bare route at the moment. So no, nothing's going to be going flying by, unfortunately. But it looks pretty cool with the sun slowly going away from our Albany skyline. And I got a few things that I have to explain what I'm up against and giving myself a few thoughts as to what's actually going on. So, as you can see, this is a it is pardon me. It is a maybe I should clear my throat first. Just want to make sure I'm okay and I can talk because I got a lot of bit to talk about before I even consider doing anything. I don't think I'm running tonight. I may go into a few of the more boring side of things, and I really do mean boring side of things because I'm at a crossroads again, and it's got nothing to do with my interest or anything like that. It has nothing to do with that whatsoever. My interest is solidly into Selkirk Mohawk and Run8. There's no doubt in my mind that that's there. Now, yesterday was one of those days where I could have really pushed a little forward because I had lots of time, and it didn't happen only because I was basically in the house most of the weekend with my son, and we played quite a bit of Transport Fever, and that's hard to get out of your system. It's been in my system for a while, and it actually can burn you out really quickly of trains altogether. Now, I'm not saying it burns you out for long. I mean, I wait. Hell, I woke up this morning and I start thinking of solutions. I go crossing the river to Niagara Falls, New York, and my mind's already thinking of how am I going to tackle this thing. So here's the issue at hand, and it has nothing to do with the route whatsoever. The route is beautiful. I stand behind it by saying this is the most beautiful route on the system. I wish I had tackled this sooner. I really do, because I had plenty of time. As you know, as we all know, there is some serious issues with the route regarding the signals, regarding just basically having trains work in AI to be able to spawn from the Syracuse line. All of that's been corrected in the most latest updates. Of course, the dogs are going to start barking as soon as I want to talk. What else is new? Friggin' zoo here. Anyways, it's a zoo. I need a studio. I need a lot of things, but unfortunately, what I need and what sorry, what I want and what I need are two different things. I shouldn't say need. I want. Um, so I was gonna try to find a thunderstorm and thought that'd be kind of a good background, but then I thought, this is really cool. Um, version 2 and the updates with the having the way the cloud, you got the clouds, and now you've got the what do you call it, the shadows and everything. Really it really adds to this route. Now, a lot of the one thing that you'll find in Selkirk Mohawk is you'll find a lot of, you won't find that many custom, if any. I'm sure there's some. I'm not positive on that one. Honestly, it doesn't matter because it does the trick. But custom textures, a lot of this is used from other great routes such as California and A line. And there's nothing against there. I mean, we're talking three routes, so it's nothing against those. It's just the scenery and the amount of work that's gone into it, and it's just you look at the you look at the dispatch board, and I had been running. Um, I ran 23 hours, and I was gonna run into the next day. I was thinking about running 1 hour and then stopping and then changing, and then I thought, I think I'm gonna run it and start from scratch. And the only reason why I had a decision to make, and of course it goes back to, well, sorry, I wanted to finish my thought on this. The For some, running a double track main line isn't that appealing, and of course you're going to want to have some traffic. Unfortunately, there's not always that much traffic on the line, which is prototypical for, I couldn't believe it, but it is prototypical for the Conrail area. It goes in spurts, and Selkirk's pretty busy. It gets traffic in and out all the time, so now you're only dealing with you're dealing with what's going west, what's going east. I didn't have enough departures set up and ready, so there's going to be a lot of growing. And once I get things set up, I think it's still going to take some growing. So it's going to be very, very limited. The idea that I wanted to put out there was, I talked about enthusiasm. That was an important goal. Had I known, and I appreciate the comments that I've been getting, I have been getting them now, which I do very much appreciate. A lot of people either aren't ready or aren't in a position to go on, or they need more information, or they're not, they basically are, they don't seem in any way ready at this time, at least the majority that I'm seeing. So that tells me there isn't an urgent need to fill in for a demand, because from what I can tell, that's non-existent, which is fine, because the way I wanted to build it was to make sure that I can run it and I can enjoy it first and foremost, and then wait and see how it bleeds off. With that in mind, I started thinking about it, and I was like, I was going to push for Wednesday. I was going to really push. The idea was to get out of the darkness and back into the next daylight of the next day. And I started thinking about it. I was like, do I really want to push that hard? For what? Maybe get one person or two persons, or I had dismal response for Bakersfield project, and that's one of the most popular routes. I mean, mind you, it's one of the basic routes, and I had dismal responses for that. And Selkirk Mohawk came in at the right time. It was what I always wanted to do, and I got into it, and I don't regret it. I haven't regretted any of this, because I have a gold mine of information, and that's where I do where I do regret is not doing this sooner. And yeah, no, I couldn't run the trains, and I couldn't do a lot of the things. But I could have done the back data on this. I could have slowly dug at this. And hell, I had no idea my son was into data so much. I would have never thought that, because he wasn't into Run8, but he's into the real world data. He likes going through and crunching the numbers and looking at the different schedules. And I think he definitely likes creating, so he feels part of that creation process. So maybe if I get him in early enough and show him the phases that I'm doing, he's going to be more invested into it. So maybe that's what he needs. I don't know. So the issues that are apparent, and they weren't apparent for me back in when I ran California. Now, mind you, the last time I ran California, actually the last time I had a server in California, we were under RTS 1. And my goal back then was to go to Selkirk Mohawk under RTS 1 and start from scratch from there. Of course, there always, version 2 was around the horizon, so I had plenty of time to consider era and all that. I didn't really think too much about the Conrail era, because I wasn't sure. I thought, well, you get all the modern information, and I had some sources, and I thought, yeah, I can get all this. I haven't really tried to dig in for too much more information because I already have so much information available that I haven't taken advantage of yet. Yeah, I know the trains, but then now all of a sudden I can really plug into the logistics because not only do I have the trains that go into our area, but I have the trains in the entire system. I have the entire Conrail schedule. And I can look at the blocking, I can look at all kinds of things. But that leads me now to the issues. The issues, I had two ways to go here, or at least two ways that I could go and get it working, or at least start to get it working right away. Option one was to do what was doing, and that was simply tag and try to tag things coming in on a manifest. Now, this doesn't have nothing to do with multi-levels. Multi-levels are pretty much fine with the exception of the ones that weren't tagged for Selkirk, which was an easy fix. I don't know what this garbage is that comes up. I don't even know if you guys saw that came up on my screen, but anyways, pain in the you know what. Um, so I had, I had the option of. See, I lost my train of thought because of that stupid thing. I was looking at it and enjoying the site and trying to collect my thoughts. So yeah, option one, the manifest was going to be the one where I'd have to decide, what it was I was going to do, what I wanted to do. And I looked at the manifest, and last I think it was last night I was running a little bit, or yesterday afternoon I was running a little bit after I dropped my son off, and I ran for 3 hours. I'm not too sure why. Oh yeah, I ran for 3 hours in the afternoon because I had an open window of opportunity to go for a nice walk. I could go for a walk tonight, but I'm okay. It looks like a nice week ahead, so I'm fine with that. I'll get my exercise in. I could have gone out today, but I was out with my friend for lunch. But anyways, so the manifest, I was watching the manifest go over the hump, and I realized that, and I never really had the opportunity, or really it didn't kind of clue in on me, and I'm not too sure how they were set up for the bridge traffic. I can't remember how California was set up for version 2 bridge traffic. I already knew that they were loads and empties. For some reason, I thought they repeated themselves for the empties. And, in other words, the tags repeated themselves, so you'd have a series of tags of loads and then a series of tags for empties. Then I realized, no, they don't. They go loads to empties, and you set the tags. So what ended up happening was I noticed that everything was having certain trains were all loads, certain trains were all empties, and then you had the ones in between that could be partially loaded, partially empty. But there was no variance to that. I mean, you could set up the variance by changing the tags around. That wasn't the point. And I know that may sound anal and ridiculous, but that didn't strike me as realistic. It was tough enough to go into the trains just to remove auto racks so that they don't appear on these trains, and it's really was starting. It's basically started has been starting to bug me. But I stuck with it. It's not that many trains, so I figure I'll stick with it and until I have a solution. And yeah, I still have to email Ski. But anyways, I keep saying that every episode. I keep thinking, and I want to get on and I want to get my thoughts out, and then it's like, damn, yeah, I gotta email Ski to see what's going on. But then at the same time, he's busy, I'm busy, and then by the time I think about it, then I want to get into something, I want to get something done, and I will be trying to get something done tonight because I just have to figure out which way I'm going, and I'm not 100% sure yet. So I'm gonna go with what's gonna work. But anyways, that's option one. Option two, the other way of doing it was to create these fake industries. And I was actually originally going to try that. And what I mean by fake industries is just creating the cities that the trains go to, creating a fake industry, and then creating a train that basically would generate it would just generate a train for every symbol with those cities. The problem with that is, of course, you have industries that are going back on yourself, which makes absolutely no sense. But then you have, you know, what doesn't make much sense is you have a lot of trains that head back on themselves, not necessarily to go to you, but to go into back to the direction or even behind you. Like for example, if I had a Niagara Falls Selkirk train headed into Selkirk, it's going to have, not only is it going to have industry call or cars set to head to Boston or down the river line to various locations, but there would be Chicago's, there would be um, Indianapolis, I mean, you name it. It would be heading that way, including Niagara Falls. The ridiculous would be there would be Niagara Falls cars that came from Niagara Falls and they would be heading back. But almost as ludicrous is the fact that there would be cars that were going to be heading back west of Buffalo, which makes no sense because that train would have set off the cars or worked in Frontier in Niagara in Buffalo, New York, I should say, Buffalo Frontier Yard. So I'm familiar with that area, and I saw that dilemma almost immediately, and I said, "Whoa, hold on." Now this issue came up on the former California server. Um, I don't know if it was Mike or Dave or whoever it was mentioning it. Um, that there was cars that were going over to Tehachapi that were coming back, and I kind of knew that, and we were. I think the way we were heading was that we were going to somehow start generating our own, or that we really needed version two. Florida already knew that. They knew they needed RTS almost right away for what they wanted to do, which is kind of strange because actually Florida was the one route that actually it would work. It actually would work. At least not everything, but I think the manifest would work just fine in version 2 because the M636 or whatever the hell that number is that comes in, I can't even remember the number. That train that comes down and supplies the Florida area, um, it comes from Respawn. It could have everything. It could do its work in Jacksonville, head up, and it would supply every industry, and it was the one supply train. So, in that essence, it would work. It doesn't work when you're dealing with. It doesn't work in California when you're dealing with a central hump yard. It doesn't deal well when you're dealing with a network. It worked perfect for Florida, or it could work perfect for Florida, but that was the only example I could think of. And and Mike is already, or Mike, oh my God, Tom is already was pushing RTS version 1 to its limits and beyond. Um, so he, like myself, is very particular about things that make sense, like car movements that make sense, not just throwing a train together and saying, here. I could care less about the intermodal trains that pass us. I could care less about the auto rack trains that don't deal with Selkirk, and even the ones that do. Those are easy to set up tags for. They're not an issue. You can set up a loaded auto rack train and set one set of tags for Selkirk on the head end if it's the head end, or even if it's a second or third block, whatever the case may be. That's easy to set up. It's not so easy to set up blocks or to even have a system that makes sense when I started analyzing the Conrail data, because I realized they are truly a block system. And it always bothered me because it was just like, okay, I know Conrail blocks their trains. Not all do it. Some just, they just run whatever and switch whatever. Conrail was, I guess, very particular. I know Canadian Pacific is another one. I'm sure there's others out there. They're very particular they do use what they call blocking charts. Some use charts, some use just descriptions. I haven't seen a blocking chart, with the exception to Canadian Pacific back in the 70s. Um, but or 19, we ran a model railroad club uh, up in Sudbury. It's still around. I recently left it, Waterloo Central Railroad. It's kind of like La Mesa, that does Tehachapi and everything. Basically, the California section. It's multi-layer, and it's built on a mushroom design. For those who know what I'm talking about, a model railroading. Well, we have something in Waterloo, Ontario, or Guelph, more closer to Guelph, actually. Maryhill, to be exact, in between Guelph and Waterloo, Ontario, which is a great model railroad club that I belong to. I decided to quit just because it was an added expense, and I got to run once a month, and it wasn't satisfying for me anymore. I mean, it's a great bunch of guys, great club and everything, but it just wasn't satisfying, especially when I had a program like this and other programs that were out there that satisfied both my needs and my son's needs a lot better. So, he didn't want to quit. I know he loved it. He loved it there, but I told him, I says, the expense isn't worth it, buddy. I pay for a lot of his things. So he's got to make choices and sacrifices, and I told him that. That's just the way it is. So, anyways, well, we're getting close to sunset here, so I don't know how sunset isn't. It's not till 7:30 or something. So, but the sun's going behind the buildings and somehow trickling through on the water. Whatever. And the clouds are going away. Where did my clouds go? It's starting to clear up. Oh, I just turned and there they were. But well, that's cool. They showed up again as soon as I turned. Whatever. Maybe they didn't think I was awake, but or my computer was awake. So, well, that's an interesting kind of thing. Maybe they just stop rendering if you don't move it or something. Interesting. But let me just see if I got the right time on here. Yeah, 6:43. Okay. And what's the temperature say? I'm just curious. I know I'm getting temperature 25 degrees Fahrenheit? What? Are you kidding? It must be a cold day in March. Wow, that's a cold day. That's even cold. Well, yeah, it's all right, I guess. It's a lot warmer today than it is in this prediction of Selkirk, but definitely 40s, 50s. But anyways, so yeah, so I'm kind of up against a dilemma here as to what I wanted to do, especially if my operation is going to center itself primarily on Selkirk as the central hub, because everything, just like Barstow is in California, it's very similar. Everything comes and goes through Selkirk, gets rebuilt into other trains and gets sent out. So I know this I don't know, it didn't seem to be as much of an issue in California, or at least it appeared not to be. I'm not sure why it wasn't. I can't think of the reasons why. I can't even remember what the hell the solutions were that we got around to it, or we just put up with it. I know we were talking about different things, but perhaps this was some of the frustrations as well that Mike was having as well, and I was having. But for whatever reason, maybe that was one of the things that was feeding me towards trying something different. when I did the Bakersfield project, I didn't have to worry about it because now I was dealing with a localized system that was more about train movement, and then I was going to deal with the locals in Bakersfield. So that would have been different because then the system would have spawned the back bars and all the other stuff. It would have been fine to choose different engines and have any type of car come into Bakersfield because then I had the environment that I wanted. I'm not going back to that. Despite the fact that it was okay and I could do it, it wasn't appealing enough to me because I missed the hump. I missed the central nerve center of what was going on. And most of all, as much as I love dispatching, I was doing too much dispatching. I was paying too close of attention to dispatching. Don't get me wrong, I love to dispatch, but with Selkirk, it's an interesting little thing. I mean, there are times where you really need to dispatch, but it's not as critical because the territory kind of runs itself. It's separated well enough, and when there is times where it gets bulked up, then those are things that are manageable. So now what do I do? What's next? What I do know is I've got a lot of data to go through regardless of which way I go. I have to go through the symbol data. I have to go through the logistics. I have to go through actually probably dissecting the entire Conrail system. Every symbol. I'm not talking the ones just that go through Selkirk. I need to find out everything that I can about how it works and how the network works and what trains run and what locations are are served, frequencies, the whole thing. I need to go through. The easiest way that I figure that I'm going to be able to do that is taking the schedule data one train at a time and creating a matrix. And yeah, I know here we go again with matrices, but it's the easiest way to dissect the data and visually see, okay, this symbol sends trains to this, and that. This symbol sends trains to this, and that. Then all of a sudden now I can visually see before me how the network works. I can also sense the probability of car movements. There's other data that's out there too that can help me with more information as far as waybills and what type of industries are in certain areas. I have databases in the Northeast and other places that can give me a lot of information on what would be shipped. Now I know from my own personal experience, and I do have enough information. Probably Mikey's got some information as well for the local area at least. I know from my area what comes out on those CN trains that connect to Buffalo and CP. I can remember pretty much what those trains were like. I can go back, I can find pictures. I can remember certain industries. Now a lot of it has changed, but my memory's pretty good as far as getting a realistic idea of as to what is coming in and coming out. Of course, it's not going to be perfect, nor does it have to be. It's not about being a perfectionist. This isn't about being too anal about this either. I know some might be saying like, well, damn, I just want to run trains on Selkirk. Okay, well that's great. Had I known that there was enough people that wanted to run trains on Selkirk Mohawk on a server, and there was that excitement, I may have taken my own aspirations and put it on the back burner and slowly brought it into play. But because that excitement was not there, and this is where I was kind of getting at, because that excitement and anticipation that I had for just running on Selkirk, because I had that at first too. It didn't last long. Once I realized the way the trains were running and how difficult it was to manage, it wasn't that difficult to manage Selkirk, but I really didn't have an operating plan because, um, like, you know, Selkirk is like 70 tracks, I believe it is, their hump. At least, at least today. I don't know if it was today or yeah, I think it was. It probably was a lot more at one. I think it was a lot more at one time. But let's just say there's 70 tracks in their hump. There's still a lot of blocking and stuff that I'm not going to be able to do. And that's okay. I don't want to do massive amount of blocking. I'm not worried about that so much. What I need to deal with more is um, not having everything so evenly, perfectly spaced out, cookie cutter trains that come in, and yeah, there's some random variation to them, but I've already gone through what issues there are with the random system within Run 8. That's an issue. The other issue, of course, is um, here's the thing about it, and I don't want to harp on Run 8. I really don't. Number one, this is the best train simulator out here, bar none. This is the best platform out there. Nobody else is touching it. Now, I used to say a long time ago, and this is back in the MSTS days, the best railroad simulator out of there was something called Freight Yard Manager. Freight Yard Manager is still out and about, and it has a lot of potential. And I always kind of was hoping that Freight Yard Manager and a 3D simulator like this could somehow meet or merge, do something. Um, but but one, the author of Freight Yard Manager had no interest. He didn't want to expand beyond what he had. Then it broke up into some other what was Freight Yard Manager. Yard Duty, I think, was the original program, and it went back to Yard Duty, or at least there was a bunch of people that went back Yard Duty. And for those of you who don't know what the hell I'm talking about, Freight Yard Manager and Yard Duty were basically 2D simulators of yard or maps. And the beautiful thing about that is you could build as many maps, and it was all hooked up to a multiplayer network. And it wasn't a real time. I shouldn't say it wasn't a real time network. It was an on demand network, sort of like what the 24/7 servers became for Run 8. And what they did was they hooked up a network of various maps. Some of them, they had hump yards, they had working hump yards, they had huge yards to scale, I might add. Industries, they didn't have so much main lines. Their whole focus was managing yards, and you would run the if I remember how it went, you ran the switchers, you ran them one way or another. It didn't had it wasn't huge on physics or anything like that. I don't recall there being power ratings or anything like that. It was just about moving the cars around. So it wasn't a train simulator. It was a railroad simulator, and you could manage the yard. You could have the loads. You could, and they tagged the cars and in industries and all that other stuff. But it really did a good job as far as the logistics involved. Really, really, the and I to this day it may be one of the best railroad simulators still out there. Um, for me, the flaw in it, or at least the flaw in the Freight Yard Manager model, was you had to, because it was on demand. Let me use an analogy and compare it to what some of the 24/7 California server was like, for example. And I don't, and I'm not doing this to harp on anybody. Okay, and I won't name names just to, save people, and I don't want to. It has nothing to do with it. Quite frankly, I wish some of these people were still around, honestly. As much as they could annoy me at times or take things the wrong way and get go in their little hole and hide and bitch and moan and then come back a few weeks later like nothing happened. I mean, I don't know if you know who I'm talking about, but anyways, this isn't about him. Um, but you have a person who has a lot of free time on their hands, okay? Versus somebody like a lot of people. A lot of people have told me one thing that's very common, and that is that they only have so many time. Like they can only put an hour or two in, or they can only, and they may not be available. There's some people. Uh, I think was it. I think I don't know if it was Anya or Digi or I forget who it was. Was it Anya? Digi? One of the guys uh, posted about how they were just getting up for their workday or something when I either was going on or was about, yeah, when I was about to go on. I think that was it. And they're going to move or something down the road and blah blah blah. But this is the thing with the servers that we're talking. It's a global world we live in, and everybody's in different time zones. I lost a lot of people, a lot of users, um, especially when version 2 hit down under, because it wasn't 24/7. They couldn't come on in the morning or wherever time they used to come on, or late at night. Or they could come on, but they didn't have that same flexibility that they once had in version 1. So version 2 changed a lot of things. And is that the sun going bye-bye? Oh, that's neat. But supposedly coming behind those clouds, that I think that's the building. I'm like, the sun's being a. Here, let me move over. That's a little freaky. That's kind of cool, though. All right. Well, I've lost my shade, but it's in behind those buildings. Sorry, because I really want to get to that analogy, but okay. Here, I'll just go with that. We'll just go with that. Oh, that's kind of neat too. Okay, I don't know. Here, I'll just go with that, and it'll start getting gray. But I kind of like the sun when it's shining on the buildings. Maybe I'll go over here. That's what I'll do. Sorry, guys. I know I've lost my train of thought, and now it's the beauty of the route and whatever else is going on, and oh, that's kind of cool. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of cool. How about that shot for now? I know we're not looking right at the sun, but that's okay. We'll just watch the clouds go by. Watch if the sun sets or whatever. It's getting close to 7 p.m. now. So, anyways, yeah, I was commenting about somebody who has a lot of time on their hands versus somebody who can only put those 2 hours in, or different places. And I said that we lost a lot of users, and it was a very similar situation to what was happening to me at one time in Freight Yard Manager. I used to have what happened was if you were in Freight Yard Manager, you owned maps. So you basically owned territories. If one became open, it became available. And unlike bidding for positions on a server or anything like that, once you owned the map, you were the yard master. And I was, at one time, the yard master in Freight Yard Manager. I was the yard master of Toronto Mac Yard. And it was awesome. It was a great, and in fact, I had so much free time on my hands That not only did I have Mac Yard, I had Oakdale Yard, I had a couple other industry. I had a few of them, and I had all this free time. So this is where I really enjoyed Freight Yard Manager, especially when I had a lot of free time, and it was great. It was really cool, and I enjoyed it very much. It was very cool. I had my own little schedules of when I was going to send trains out, when things were coming in, and it's on a demand. It was an email based system. What happened is you'd send trains off, or trains would be sent to you, and you would basically pull them off of the server. So the train data you'd pull off the server, or you would send it off the server. Well, then came a time where my schedule changed, and my work or whatever had changed, and I didn't have as much free time, or maybe I was getting into relationships. I don't know. I honestly don't know where I was in my life at the time, but I was getting into something where I didn't have as much free time anymore, and I had to eventually give it up. I had to go for these smaller maps. Well, the smaller maps were kind of boring. They were just like a few industries. And that was my only interaction. So if you didn't have much time, you didn't have the opportunity to participate in the big maps. Sounds very similar if you can picture the 24/7 or the version 2. It sounds very similar to what's happened now and what happened to me back then, because all of a sudden you didn't have, because you weren't that big presence. All of a sudden you didn't have the ability to do some of the things you like to do. Now, I mean, the good thing about, at least whether it be the 24/7 servers or the servers in between that run on certain sessions, first of all, a lot of people, there could be more than one. There should be a lot more servers out there than there is right now, personally, I think, or at least available. And I think I think a lot of people are afraid to take that step. Maybe a lot of people get dejected. They get dejected very easy if they don't have enough people on there. Believe it or not, I'm not worried about that. I just want to know the direction I'm headed. That's all I want to know. And I got a pretty good idea based on the reactions that I was getting and the feedback that I was getting, that I'm heading in the right direction by postponing the availability of the server for now until I'm really ready, as opposed to just letting the server come and then kind of build it, because what I'm going to be doing, unfortunately, is not going to be running on Run8 for the next little bit anyways. Hopefully there's going to be people that put up servers, and hopefully California develops again. I'm hearing that that's in the works. Hopefully there's others that are interested in hosting. I don't care if it's California, Florida, whatever. It doesn't matter to me. So hopefully those things are out there, and like I said before, it's a two-way street. You have to have people that can go both ways. You have to have the servers that are willing to and have something to entice. It's catch 22, I think was what I was saying, both ways. But anyways, I guess you get the picture. So you have to have something with the servers that entice people to come, but at the same time, the servers need motivation to put up a server. They need to know it's worth their effort. I found the happy medium and said, let me just do something that's worth my effort, and then I'll build a community around it and see what happens. You know what I'm saying? So I put myself first. I decided to give myself permission to be a little bit more selfish, and go ahead and just try it, see what happens. But so I went ahead and I did it this time, and I don't regret that. I don't regret the fact that I've tried it. This is by no means the end of the line for me. This is just the beginning. Just because I'm not running regular sessions, I can still keep running what I'm running, but I'm wasting time. I'm wasting time just entertaining myself, or I got other programs to entertain me to keep me going right now. Believe me, I got a lot of other programs to keep me going right now. I got too many to keep me going. I ran Euro Truck Simulator not too long ago, and yeah, I saw a video the other night. Last night, I had to get away from trains. I started looking into some Euro Truck Simulator. I even went back into it, believe it or not. Maybe it's an addictive. It's like a drug almost. I actually went back into it not late last night, but prime time in the evening when I should have been doing some more stuff in Run8 and I couldn't. It had nothing to do with Run8. It had nothing to do with. I suppose it had to do with the challenges ahead, and I knew they were coming because in the afternoon I was just like, this is going to take more work, and it's going to be less play and a little bit of work, and I get enough. I like my job, but stare in front of a computer most of the afternoon. I mean, the days are great for me. The mornings are great. I get to go out. I get to go do my delivery. Then I get to mornings are great because then I get my shipping all set up. If I'm busy, it usually will take me through all the way through the rest of the day. If I'm not so busy, that's where things will start dragging the last hour or two. And I had 2 hours of trying to figure out what the hell I was going to do with the rest of my day. And I mean, I knew some things, and it basically came down to updating databases and doing data entry, and ugh, no. So, I don't want to go back into the data entry. I want it to be fun. So, I think the Matrix will be a fun start, and I'm going to start that tonight. I'm pretty certain of that. I've had enough YouTube last night. I was getting to the point where I couldn't find anything else on YouTube, so that's a good sign. Um, so I am going to start that. I'll keep the live stream going. I'll show you what I'm thinking. Um, but like I say, it's now it's one of those things where I'm not exactly sure how I'm going to do it just yet. There's some I believe there's about I believe there's, if I'm not mistaken, I'm just doing a rough estimate of how many inbound manifest trains there are. Looking at, trying to remember the hump yard, I would say there's roughly, maybe 16, 17 inbound manifest trains per 24-hour period, give or take. Most of them are all dailies. There are a few oddball ones, but um, the outbounds are not the issue. Outbounds, I can do whatever the hell I want. If I have to rehump, I can rehump, but I want to avoid that. I really do. I had enough repump adventures with Barstow where we would clear the hump and then have to rehump and all that stuff. And I saw that Florida. I know I'm running off on tangents here, but I saw the Florida screenshot on Facebook of their bull, and I posted a comment to Jason. I said, with version 2, can you fill it? Now, I didn't mean fill it, because right now, if you look, well, for those of you that were with me last night to the end of the 2300 in the cycle there, or the session, wherever that was, it was in the afternoon. But anyways, pitch black. I couldn't find anything. But one thing I did manage to get was I got some headlights onto the hump, and yeah, that thing was getting pretty full. I don't expect a 70, whatever the hell, whatever Waycross is yard. I would never think that a hump should be like a full capacity hump should ever be more than 50% full in entire capacity. I don't know if that number is correct, but he was basically telling me how many rail units it would take to fill it up, and what it would do to resources. And I replied later on, and I said, no. It's like, I'm not talking filling it up. I used the term fill it, but I meant not to fill the capacity. I meant because he had a few tracks that are full, and he was testing out the trim, and I was like, well, what about using it to start sorting inbound trades? Because the way these bulls work is they're usually divided into segments. And the trim units, if you have a train that's coming from a certain area, um, there are certain segments that it will not touch because there's no way it will have cars going to those segments. And a lot of times you can verify that with the computer and the database and know you're not going to be touching these segments. So that's when the trim can go into various segments. The rest would be, it would be locked off. The computer would lock it off. There's no way a hump car would be permitted into those segments. The other segments though would be humping, and they're separated so that you can get in there. And I've been told that the entire hump is off limits when a trim. I've seen, as far as I can tell, I've seen North Platte, and a trim would be into one section, doing one segment while humping was still going on. So, and they weren't humping. The cars don't go into all 70 tracks. They go into their segments based on, and it changes. You can alter the track configurations all the time as well. I'm not saying that they do, but there's a lot of humps where you can easily alternate the track configurations, just like you would a regular yard. You can alternate the track assignments and everything. Ooh, is it getting a little reddish out? Can't tell. I don't see redness yet, but I'm starting to see it. It's getting a little reddish. But so yeah, I the thing I was trying to do was at least use two segments, east and west. Um, it's not critical though. It really isn't. I don't know if I'm going to be at a point where I'm going to be able to trim. And what I was originally going to do is I was going to run this last hour. I was saying I was going to run this last hour. I may still do it just to get it out of the system and to give myself a bit of a benchmark, perhaps. I might do it. Who knows? Maybe I'll get a refreshment and get that last hour out of my system. So stay tuned. Um, if you're still with me, I'll run about an hour, and then maybe I'll go into some of the other stuff, and you know, I'll try to run for about an hour. I still want to get this gorgeous sunset though. Um, but just give me a minute while that's happening. I'm just gonna get a drink because my God, my throat is dry from talking so much. So I'll be back in a minute, and then I'm gonna go before I go into running the session. That last hour, I want to go over uh, what solutions there is possible, what I can do for sure, and then what solutions there are, and how I can go about doing it. So stay tuned. 7:12 Eastern right now. I will be back in a few minutes. Okay, I'm back. Looks like that sun is setting now, based on the coloration of everything that's going on. I'm gonna go over here and see what we got on this side. It's looking like a little faint. Can't tell with the hills or anything like that, but I don't know. I can't tell where it is. It's in the faintness of something. It's out there somewhere in between the clouds or whatever, but that looks cool. Those buildings are those buildings like really shade off that. What was that? That's weird. I guess the shade doesn't go until you get closer, because then you go away and then there it is. Then you're in the shade and yeah, lights are coming on. Okay. So we've had our sunset. It's 7:15. I'll probably start running at 8 p.m. I'll run for an hour and collect my data. But oh, it looks kind of cool anyways. Where I want to go somewhere. Let me go somewhere else. Oh, I know where I want to go. There is one place I want to go. Is this it? No, that ain't it. I know there's one place. I thought that was it. Oh, it's right here. I think that's it. Ooh. Yeah. Look at that. That looks so cool. So, I mean, yeah, this is ultimately, to me, I mean, there's a lot of beauty there to me. Lots of good work. And I mean, that's not knocking the other routes. The other routes are what they are, and yeah, there comes the redness now on the tracks. I saw the sun for a minute, and then it just kind of peeked in, and that was it. Yeah, it's almost done. I think I'm going the right way. Again, maybe I'm not. I think it was just there, and then that was it. I'm chasing the sun. This is crazy. Am I going the right way to even chase it? Yeah. Eventually I might find it. If I keep going west, find it. It's like flying towards a rainbow. Yeah. Amazing some things, how they amuse me. But I'm just getting one little spot in a dying sun, and I'm not going to worry about it. So that's a lock and a dam, if people were wondering. Nah, it is done. Okay. So that part's done. Well, what am I going to do now? Oh, shoot. Hang on a second here. Let's try. I've been trying to find a storm. I can't find one in Selkirk. I know there's one in the others, but do I want to go south? Yeah, let's go here. Let's go back. Let's go back. We'll find a day. We'll find a day where there's a good scene. How about that? Because I still got a few things I got to talk about here before I run anything at the moment. And I suppose I can go talking, but I want to clear mine before I have to concentrate. And I do have to concentrate at least on that last hour if I'm going to do things, you know, right. So let's go with... No, I don't want to reset the system time. it's really cloudy. Oh, I see. That's the cloudiest day? Really? I'm trying. Thunderstormiest day? I haven't found a storm yet, but I imagine there might be one somewhere. Here, let's go here. I've yet to find one in this part. Ooh, that's nice. Sorry, guys. I'll get to something. I just want to set the scene. How about this? Oh, what the hell? That's kind of cool. How did I get one of those? I heard a star. I heard one. How the hell did I get that? Did I set it too soon? I bet you I changed it too soon. Dang it. I don't see any storm clouds. I bet you I changed the damn thing too soon. Well, that don't look like storm clouds either. How did I do it? Okay, here. Sorry, guys. I know. I'm like a kid. Thunderstormiest day. Woo! That looks good. Can you give me some lightning? That looks really cool. It's not dark enough yet. Alright, that's getting better. Okay. We'll just use that as a background, see what happens. If nothing happens, who cares? Okay. So, I've already said I know what I have to do as far as, you know, gather as much of the data that is relevant to whatever way I'm... Yeah, there's the thunder. Nice. Whatever the easiest way it is to make it better. I don't know if the storm's back that way. I can't tell. Oh, there it is. Woohoo! I found it. Should I go chase it? I know. I'm like a kid. I know. I want to chase the storm. Ooh. Oh, it's by the bridges this time, huh? Oh, we're getting better. Yeah. I mean, we're gonna run on a railroad. Don't do this to me. Don't go to Boston. Come on back. Is it still coming? Or did I think it's right there. By the way, I can never tell. Here, let me just pretend I know what I'm looking at. It looks like a storm over there. Or is it here? I'm trying to widen the zoom out, but it will not let me. Alright, fine. Okay, good enough. I'll stop, I promise. Go back to what I was saying. So I gather the data. Like I said, I need to go through the entire Conrail network. This isn't like getting the data that I had for a segment of California where I filled in the blanks for the rest of the... oh yeah, we're facing the storm. Or fill in the blanks for the rest of the area. I'm actually going in and getting the entire system picture. And that's important for logistics and knowing what cars go where and the makeup of the trains. So that's very important. I want to have that. And of course I'm eating now, so that really helps. But should have been eating while I was... The problem is I couldn't chase a storm and eat at the same time. But, oh boy. Timing is horrible. I'm sorry you get hungry. Oh, should I just run trains? Or can we look at the lightning for like 5 minutes? I don't know. I went to grab a snack and I'm like, oh yeah, this is cool. Okay. Cool. I want to be running a train with these storms coming all around you like that. Can you hear them from the inside of the cabs? I think you can, but I never noticed that. But anyways. So here's as I said, the issues with Run8. It either gives you these ridiculous loads at the front, empties at the back, or it goes with the shoot a bunch of mixed consists from any direction, with no regard to logistics whatsoever. Now, I know these guys, and this is where I got on this whole tangent about the best railroad simulator and train simulator. The guys at Run8, and it took me like 20 minutes to get to this. It's pretty sad. The guys at Run8 know... Damn! I thought I was getting away from it, but it's coming closer. The guys at Run8 know... It must be the Run8 gods speaking. I couldn't resist. The guys at Run8 know their train simulation. They know they have enough context and enough support and desire to make Run8 the best train simulator out there. And I think it is. I know there's been some new titles like Train Sim World that have come out. There have been other ones in the past that have been talked about and theorized and never really got off the ground. So the thing is, you got those, okay? You got that stuff that is out there. Their passion isn't into the train. Their passion is into the eye candy. Run8's passion is not into the eye candy, but they've come around. They certainly respect and enjoy the eye candy, just like they respect and enjoy the operations side. I don't think they themselves have had the time or even desire to really plug in to the operations potential. And what I mean by that is the car forwarding potential. For well over the 4.5 years, or almost 5 years now, that I've been associated with Run8 and RTS, the whole RTS project. RTS was still a concept before then. I was into building car forwarding programs for model railroads. I had operating a model railroad, blah blah blah, with books and all that other stuff. Logistics um, became part of my career path. Um, it's something I enjoy. It's part of my job that I enjoy. I don't do much of it, but I enjoy it. And I've always enjoyed the transportation aspect industry of the purpose behind the actual trains that move. I'm not so. You take a look at certain engines. I don't know too much difference between most of the engines I see. I mean, I see them, and I mean, I know a lot of people who are train fans are like, hey, there's a dash, there's a C, blah, blah. I'm like, okay, well, I knew what an SD40 used to be, and a GP40, and a 38, and I knew what the GP7 was. So I remember some of the older models. Now they all look the same to me, for the most part. And I know you can tell the difference, and a person that's really into that can tell the difference between the hum. They can tell the difference between the horns. But by the way, I changed my horns. I think I mentioned that with my Conrail horns. But anyways, um, got them to something a little more realistic, but not the actual horn. But still, anyways, I wanted to get that. That was itching at me. I wanted that Conrail horn sound, and I think I came close to it. But anyways, and I know there's a freeware thingy or whatever out there for it that you can latch on to, but I haven't done that yet. So you got the you've got the ability. I'm saying, sorry, that's not their focus. So it shows in how this car forwarding system is. Scheduling. When they started their scheduling, or they had the screenshots of the scheduling system, I thought, holy crap, this is way more than I expect, above and beyond my expectation. I said it at the time because I was seeing what was essentially a TD3 like way of generating trains, and it was perfect. I don't know how it ran. I don't know how it ran in practically. So maybe that was the issues. They were running into issues with it. I don't know why they scrapped it or didn't go with it, and they decided to go with the random roll of dice multiple times and come up with a bunch of random numbers that really aren't truly random, and somehow pick trains. Or but they came up with something that was not as good as what it was. The way the AI runs between trains, once they are AI, works perfectly. The way the industries work at the industries, I think works as good as it should. I got no problem with the way the industries work. What I have an issue with is how the trains are sourced. That doesn't mean that I can't create solutions or create ideas or workarounds. They particularly, from what I understand, and I've said this before, and I was told between, inner circles or whatever, that with all the protection that they put in the program, they kept the trains XML open. So they kept that open, apparently for the benefit of RTS. That's what I've been told. I don't know how true it is. I heard this through um, various sources. I've heard it through at least one source now, so who knows? But I appreciate the idea. Problem is, we have to redo RTS to get that to work, and it won't be as easy. Okay, this thing's getting disturbing. I love storms and all, but it won't shut the hell up now. Jeez. That dim there wall cloud thingy. Let's get away from the storm. Can I get away from it now, or is it just building up everywhere? Alright, let's go for a sunny day. Sunny days. Overall sunniest day. Ooh. Starry night. Yeah, that's boring. Sorry, guys. Damn it, give me some clouds. Oh, you got a moon. All right. I didn't realize the clouds change the formation as the day goes on. That's kind of cool. That's pretty neat. Gotta love the station. The lights and everything. Alright, let's quit playing around here, and I gotta get back to my thoughts. We got business to do. Oh, that's neat. Good shot. Okay. Sorry, I thought the storm would be cool, but then it wouldn't shut the hell up. So, as I was saying, with the Run8 guys, I don't think car forwarding is their specialty. It is for me. It always has been. Or it has been for a very long time, and I was able to develop a waybill system with RTS that a lot of people told me or asked me or said, basically, we need RTS too. They told me, and these were the diehards, and I really wanted to somehow get it so that the system would work. I wanted it to, I wanted to stay within the system because basically I thought, well, at some point they're going to be able to correct it or improve it, and who knows, they might anyways. But I really wanted to stay with the way they just generated trains and make it work. And I've come to the conclusion that isn't going to work. We actually knew this in California. We knew this in the last month or so of the California servers operation, that we needed to make some changes, and there was going to be a lot of teamwork involved. There was going to be, there was going to be a lot. We had to share the responsibility. It wasn't just going to be all on Mike. And I think, Mike was starting to feel the responsibility of that too. It was not becoming a fun experience. But dealing with so many trains, I think he wants to scale that back. I can understand that. So I think that's the way. He's got some ideas. I've got some ideas as far as where I'm going. So question is now, how do I implement it? And which way do I go? As I keep on saying, I don't know when or if version 2 is going to be ready. What I do know is this. Seeing the Conrail data has made me realize and appreciate the blocking system. That how these trains are blocked. Because not only will the way they blocked could be beneficial because that's their purpose, but they look realistic. They also, although there's probably not that much video evidence out there, I got a funny feeling there's some people that's got some waybills or some switch lists that might be able to, I don't know, maybe there's some archives of old manifests lying around somewhere that somebody could happily donate my way. Give me some real gold mine data. Now, don't get me wrong, I got plenty to go on. I got stuff I can go on for months if I really wanted to be anal. I'm not going to go that far though. But I got a lot of data to go on, and I'm going to start sometime tonight, probably around 9 Eastern. I'm thinking maybe I'll get this thing up and going pretty soon here. But
There's a couple ways that I can go about doing this. Number one, the reason why wanted to do that last hour, and I'm going to do that very shortly, is I want to find out, give myself a metric as to how long it takes me to properly trim a track, or sorry, hump a train. I want to know how long it does that, but I'll take some time metrics in how long it takes to trim a track as well. I'm going to work for that last hour, get the metrics in. I was going to do it at the top of the hour, but I think I may just start it just because I want to get a fresh start on this tonight. And it's going to be a long video as it is by the looks of it now. But there is going to be some running, and I'll commentate through this and show you some of the deficiencies and whatever. For the sake of, I don't know. I don't know if I'll stay at 11 p.m. or just put the clock on at a different time. I'll leave it just to be, you know, pure, I guess. But yeah, so I'm done eating now. You can all put your volume back up. I apologize, but yeah. So there's a couple ways I can do it. I can go ahead with the weigh bills and just I want to see how long it really takes me, because I really haven't. I don't want to waste time on something I know I'm going to change drastically. And that's why I could have stayed with it, and I could have. That was the original idea. I was just going to keep running it and tweaking it in between days, and getting it to where I liked it. And I don't know. Let me think about that one for a moment. I mean, can I do it that way? Yeah. Am I really who am I benefiting? Am I just procrastinating? Probably. Is it going to get me any closer? Slowly, but not as good as I can get. Is it, is it more important for me to have fun every day and just give myself little steps, little baby steps? And the thing is, I don't want, when this does go live, number one, I want to have people to understand the reason why it is the way it is. I want to people to understand why I'm passionate about doing it this way. And for some people, it's like, what the hell is he talking about? Like, what's the big deal? Why, you might look at it as like, well, it was anal. It's just a train, right? Like, everybody likes running trains. They like passing trains, and it's just a train. No, I want the detail. I want to start at, it has to start at Selkirk. Before it can even get to the industries, it has to start at Selkirk, and it has to be at least manageable and make sense. I shouldn't have to, after every two trains, trim the majority of the yard. And I'm going to start up the map now, and I'm going to go daylight for a moment, and I'll show you what I mean. And we'll, just so I can visually show you what I mean, and then we'll start it up. Will I run any more trains in? I'm gonna avoid the trains for now. I think I got enough trains running. I know there's probably one coming in. I don't care. I'm not worried about the trains. I've decided that this will be the last hour for this particular segment. It's going to take me some time to go through. Am I going to live stream all of it? No. In fact, the live streams will probably die down for at least, and I say this before, I won't be on for another day. I won't be, and then I end up going on. But no, as far as the live streams of the actual videos of running trains and all that other stuff, unless there's some sessions that come in and I get to go on and run, if somebody steps up and starts running or hosting sessions, and yeah, I know Florida's still 24/7. It's there. I get it. I understand that. but I want to be in. I want to be in dispatch sessions. I want to have traffic. I want to be able to feel like it was in California. Be it realistic for whatever area we're in. So if Selkirk and Mohawk only has a few trains on the line, so be it. That's fine. I'll live with it. But if there's 10 trains on the line, so be it. I'll live with it. I'm not worried about that, but I want to be under a dispatch session. I don't want to just run for the sake of running. It's what we did in version 1, and it's just not what I want. Okay, so let me load up the world. It's going to start squawking, and maybe I'll try to turn off all the AI I can, and we'll launch this up. Maybe I will run daylight, just for the sake. I'm gonna run daylight this one because I'm not worried about any of the other trains. I mean, it looks cool and all that, but I don't want to deal with that right now. Okay, so what do we got? We got one more train. I don't even know where that train's going. This guy I do know. He's already set up. I think the other guy was going east, but I can't remember for sure. I ain't gonna worry about it because it's not gonna involve any of the operations moving forward. Okay, so I'm going to reset to the system time. I'll put daylight savings time in. Ooh, that looks cool. How about we do that? We'll go with the system time. How about that? So then I can go ahead and I can run. I don't know. I'll run an hour or so. All I'm doing is going to get some metrics. I could care less about the actual time or anything. That's not the point that I'm trying to get at. That's not what I'm trying to measure. So that looks kind of neat. So this is good. Wow. Almost looks like a stormy night. Kind of funky. Okay. So yeah, I was using this, but here's the bowl. So it's not bad, actually. I mean, when I look at that now, see, this is where if I had the right lighting, I would know, okay, well, it's not too bad. So it's kind of distributed pretty good. Now, mind you, this side here is not. This was already being. That was already being dealt with. So I'm going to start my metrics in about 10 minutes here. So some of the tracks were already open. I had other things going on. Blah 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 blah. That's not too bad. I think I can. I believe I could start off with one. Now, the way I have it set up right now, and let me just make sure I got the right numbers here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I don't think I have 11 on this side. No, I only got 9. Okay. To make it easier to sort the yard, this yard's a little weird. Here's the goofy thing, okay? Let me rephrase this here for a second here. Yeah, see, they all run off the same ladder. Then they can go off different drills. So right here is where they're basically going to be split, but otherwise you're crossing over if you're using the other departure yard. Personally, I see an issue here. I don't know if you guys can pick it out. I imagine that's what the south departure yard looks like. So see, this is where you gotta talk in. You gotta look at these things of how things are laid out, and um, so the south departure yard, to me, okay, this is where I gotta get into the AI and shut this crap off or delete them. 8410 stopped because some knucklehead. Okay. I'm still running these guys? Oh, I was running them back. Okay. Was these the guys that were grumping? Was it you that were being grumpy? Okay, you can be grumpy all you want. That's fine. Because you're set to relinquish one step. Well done. Are you happy now? Okay, BO7647. Let me deal with these guys. And this is how you deal with them. 7647. You're gonna relinquish. Being such a wimp, relinquish. Okay. Relinquish. Oh, I guess. Relinquish. Okay. Cool. Lights are coming on. That's okay. We got a good view of the yard. I'm gonna stop at the top. Start at the top of the hour. My trimming activities. Get a good idea. He's coming through. That's okay. He's already set up. So yeah, I was looking at the south departure yard. Where the hell is the south departure yard? Anyways, it comes underneath here or something stupid. It's really an interesting setup. Oh, okay, that's it right there. Now that just, to me, that just plays into a whole, you know, the more I look at it, the more I see that as, I see that as a westbound yard. I really do. That thing is just begging to be a westbound yard. But here's the issue. Okay. And then it is the way it is. I think it's the hump that here's where the issue lies. I'm taking the south departure yard. The only reason why I'm saying it's a westbound yard is because there's more traffic potentially going down the river and the Boston lines, I would think, but I don't know for sure. It's much easier to bring this train out here, only because he's got a signal right there. So he doesn't have long. If he goes through this way, he goes underneath the underpass. He comes up to here. He's got to go through, you know, whatever else he has to come through, and he's into this. That's the only, to me. I mean, yeah, he can come through, and then he could eventually, he would get to, what the hell would he get to? SKG or whatever the hell it is. He'd get to this light here. Oh, that's cool. He'd eventually get to this light. Yeah, I get it. So yeah, I suppose he could. What's the likelihood of it, though? Material yard, self-departure. It still says self-departure there, and it's all by its lonesome with the exception of the cutoff over here. Can it cross? Yes, it can. Or can it? No. So for our purposes, I can't see using it other than the self-departure yard. Now, can this bull go to north is the question. Crosses there, crosses here. Yeah, it goes in, it gets fed into one of the whatchamacallits, and then boom, it comes back out down into the north departure yard. Now the north departure yard, I heard there was an update the other day, or I saw one that looked like a new update, but let me see here. Okay. I'll have to take a look. It just well you oh damn. It gets more interesting. Okay, first of all, I think this has changed. That just doesn't look the same to me. Something changed in this. Or did it? No, I don't know, maybe it didn't. Maybe it did, maybe it didn't. I don't know. It just looks a little different to me, but maybe it's the same. It's a much smaller yard, isn't it? So I don't even know how useful it is for anything. So maybe it has nothing to do with the self-departure. I don't know what the heck it is used for. I gotta look into that. I gotta remember. Okay, so let's forget about the whole self-departure yard thing, and we'll just focus in on the task at hand here, and that is I'm just gonna bring the stuff over to north departure and call it even, and then we'll figure it out. So I got crap in the way, don't I? Do I have crap in the way? I probably do. Do I have a drill? Does it matter? It's hard to do a timing when you got crap in the way everywhere. And then the clock is slowly coming down at you. Okay, how about this then? Dang it. I might get away with this one. SL. Oh yeah, I can get away with that one. So I'm gonna double up and do a double take on this. And then that'll clear me this one, and it'll clear me another track, and then I can see how things are looking, and I'll have some open tracks. The good thing is you can be flexible with these yards too, so there's some hope left to do something. It has nothing to do with the design here. This is what it is. You can only have so many tracks, and you're limited on resources and all that other stuff, and blah blah blah. So it's yeah, we're coming right up at the top of the hour, so let's do it. Say which ones I was going to do again. Do I have numbers on the other end? I just have them on the other end, don't I? Okay, so we're going to do SL. SL and SL on the end. Okay, perfect. Perfecto. Mundo. Awesome. Oh crap. the conductor only good for show there? Who's in with me? Does he do anything other than ride with me? I'm just curious. See, once you get the light in here, it's a lot easier to become familiar with what's going on. I should have started. I might actually start in the summer too when I go around next time, so I can become really familiar. Give everybody an opportunity. And starting January 1st. I think I did that with the other, and then I kind of abandoned it. Is that my SLs? Yeah. Now see how they're all empties. See how they're all empties, okay? Here's my point. Look at how they're all empties. Then you got the other side. Okay, that one's loads and empties. That's probably because it's around the middle. But then over here, CNs are going to always be loads, right? Same with the Ls. Look at how all their loads. They're all loads. There's the dividing point right there. Now, don't worry about that, but then you get into the empties and boom, that's it. So it may have mostly empty or mostly loads and a bunch of empties. That's where it bothers me. So don't mind me talking here and wasting my time because, quite frankly, I'm not about to rush to do these things anyways. Right? I'm just going to use my normal. I'm not rushing. They always teach you when you want to do these time drills. Just be yourself. Also good on doing this side. I'll explain that. Yeah, doing it on this side is important because I actually want to hump a westbound. And the reason why I want to hump a westbound is because most of the cars should be at the other end, or have the potential to be at the other end, and I want to be able to hump this side as opposed to the other side, which I know is going to be easier. So far it's taken 5 minutes just to get in there and get in position. The fact that there's access is good enough for me. You have to go into the drill track first before you can back up, which is fine. Not going to have two trims working at the same time. Doubtful. Just want to make sure he's set up next. Which he should be. Oh, that got dark quick. Dark really quick. Well, that's good. Because it was just enough light to get what I needed. 2,800 feet. Yeah, I really found out quick about the self-departure yard. I was just like, I good. I lined up okay. I think I am, but then again, I don't know. Probably not. I still don't trust this end of the yard. Ah, crap. I got a funny, I don't know. Looks like I'm on the self-departure side of things, but I don't know. Here, let me just normal them all. Just to be on the safe side. So I got some cars for Niagara Falls over there. I haven't done that much work to worry about it too much. It sucks having to reset after you've done a bit of a trial. Yeah, the thing picks up speed pretty quick from here. Almost at the end of my string here anyways. This gives me a little bit of a test too, pulling more than one track, seeing how much room I have. And I will be printing out those yard maps. Whatever their form is, figuring out what's what. Okay. Maybe I will go for the other line here in a minute. Ah, no matter. Here. Let's see where I'm at. Was it that one? Yeah, I'm here. So that's me. That's north departure there. Do I have access to north? See, this is what's confusing. I got north departure here, but I think I still have access. Is that it? No, that isn't it. This part is confusing because it looks like I'm going back into the classification yard, but I just crossed over. So technically, drill 1 is, I guess this is a drill, but then this is going into north departure or something. I don't know. That's okay. As long as I know what the hell's going on. So I see north departure cars beside me, so. Stopping for a red signal. Okay. Do I need to? Alright, fine here. Oh, I gotta get rid of doofiness. Here, go. I think it's there that I want. Yep. Beautiful. Still a little bit of light, ambient light. Yeah, I'm gonna start at first day of summer of that year. At the rate it takes me to get through just a day, I don't expect to be through that year for some time, anyways. And who knows? Maybe I'll get enough research and kind of get get myself into the CSX era by then. Who knows? It's a hobby, you know. Gotta have some fun with it, so we'll see. But I'm gonna have fun with the Conrail era and see what power comes out, and if I want to deal with it, and if not, then at some point maybe I'll just transition to CSX. Do the whole merger thing, or whatever, split. This would be a merger. So we're 12 minutes in, and just trimming one, even though we are doing a double, but I'm going to highball these numbers anyways, is probably going to take me about 20 minutes. That's just one. Now that's okay. And like I said, I'm going to get into these numbers very shortly. This is all a test now. I'm going to do one hump. I'm not worried about any other trains. There's another train that's on its way through right now. So I will be able to set up the hump in a couple of minutes. Or something. I don't know what we're in G. I guess we're in G. Oh yeah, we're good. Did we just go G to F? I guess we went G to F. Ah, now I see. Now I see. It makes sense now. It doesn't make so much sense on the dispatch board, but it makes perfect sense here. So it looks like north departure is going to be the main departure yard. It's got signals both ways. I don't know what the south departure is. I know there's a local yard here. I don't know what that is, but I got a funny feeling my locals are going to be set up through the local departure yard thingamajig. Oh, crap. Crap. Ooh, left crap on the dummies. Well, so much for little you-know-what. Okay. Can I break this up? Let's just break this up into one for now. Or I'll pretend. I'll pretend this took 20 minutes. Does that sound like a plan, guys? I think it sounds like a great plan. So I could kick that, I would go down here. So we're going to say the average will take 20 minutes. It would just go into one of the tracks, I believe. And while I'm yapping, I can do that to basically take a look here at how the yard handles. It looks like I have access to everything from there. So that's a good sign. I forgot. See, I was running stuff down to try to empty it, and then I never got around to doing it. But so it's very similar to Barstow Departure then, except there's a lot of room, and that's a very good thing because I'm not going to be running trains that long. So there's not going to be these worrisome. I mean, yeah, I see the local yard over there as well. I'm still not too sure about the top end. If I imagine eastbound multi-levels would probably come this way. They could. I don't see why they can't come in via the north departure. And but see, it says top end is A there, it says. So it says that's part of the top end. But it says 5 main, you have to have permission to do it. So I guess you can have permission. Because that's the only thing that's coming out of it, isn't it? It's just the top end. Okay. Because it said westbound only. I guess maybe that's just how the signals are set up for westbound only. That makes sense. And then they kind of... So 2 is the runner. Makes sense. And then they call it fast freight, which also makes sense because you'd go down the runner. If you're coming down E, you wouldn't go down F, all that other crap, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Well, I'm cool with that. I think everything's still the same, so everything's good. I'll get used to this yard. I think it is, you know, I've heard people say, well, you know, it's a little bit, you know, it has its challenges, but that's just the way it is. That's how they built it, for whatever reason. Okay. So somebody stopped at a red signal somewhere. Oh. No, that wasn't me. Okay. So we already got a train coming through. Did I miss my train? Hey guys. Have a good one. So trailer van train? Okay. So one look at the yard here. I think we're good for a trial for one last hump of the other. So let me see what I do have set up at the other end while we still have a little bit of ambient light left. See all the engines packed up down there. Oh, perfect. I got one set up. Okay. So 20 minutes for trimming a track. I'm going to go with that estimate. Let's keep going. Oh. Yeah, I make no mistake about it, guys. I so much look forward to running this. Just running this right now. I'm gonna miss running this for the next probably a few weeks. I really am. It's gonna be difficult to stay away. But I have other things to keep me going, so you know. It'll just give me more motivation to keep my button gear and to get something. As long as it's operational, or at least to the point where I'm happy, then I'll go ahead. But this kind of thing where, as you see, CNs are all loaded. It's going to be all loaded train. That explains to me why certain trains were handling differently too. I couldn't figure that out. I know. See what I mean? Look at this. This is all loads. And then it goes empties at the back. Not that many empties either on these trains, I'm finding, huh? Mostly loads. So, you know, I mean, you gotta take that into consideration, I suppose. There's not as many empties. I don't know if that's not by design or... See, that one has a lot of empties. It's totally random, but the problem is because the way things are set up and it doesn't randomly pick tags, it just goes by the order and says, here, I'm going to divide you into this block, that block. It does the blocks great, but then when it puts it to load and empties, if it had somehow randomized the load and empties along the way instead of forcing you to have this load empty configuration. I don't know where they got this from. I've heard that it's much easier to run a train when you have loads at the front and empties at the back. I get it, but I know so many other trains are blocked a particular way. They're blocked by location. They don't have this load empty setting. I know in our RTS we never in version 1 we never ran trains like this, and we never had issues. So, I don't get it. So yeah, I'm yapping here, but that's okay. I'll just pretend that was the amount of time it took to get set up. Sounds like a the reason why I like being down here... Okay, now I'm going to let go of the brake. The reason why I like being down here... I actually have to give it a I'm really back. It's been a while since I ran one on this side. Somewhere in here it bowls. Right around there, actually. So it's got a long way to go. But it will actually bowl. Oh, goody. Do I really get to do that? That's awesome. Okay. Now I want to run this at 3 miles an hour. For me it's very important to stabilize the speed as we're coming down. So I'm going to get ready to speed control. Let's see if it takes it. And we're 5 minutes in already. I'm going to make sure I got the hump controller set the way I want it. And I do. I gotta put it on. Now I do. If I run into overflow issues, then I can reassign. I kind of starting to think that maybe the reassignment ability might be a better tool. The Matrix was something for those of you, the guys remember the Matrix in Barstow. The way we used to have it in version 1. Now see, there's the speed. Before I get to that thought, it's starting to go down the hill now to where I need some braking. This is why I keep the speed relatively in check. So I'm starting to give it a little bit of independent. Chamber is going up a little bit. There we go. Now I got it. And I just regulate the brake chamber a bit. Eventually, it's going to crest at the bottom of the bowl, and then, which because you're dealing, number one, you're dealing with a lot of loads on these trains, and they're all fully loaded, which is wrong. Another pet peeve of mine, which maybe I'll correct. It would be really nice to correct it. The only problem is the industries themselves are going to fully load them anyways, so I may not bother. I may just go with the flow. It's still a pet peeve of mine. And I'm not trying to hark on the Run8 guys. I love it. What they have here is awesome. Just like I wasn't trying to hark on Mikey, and I know Mikey's probably watching. I've kissed Mikey's butt enough tonight. Told him how great his route is, so he's due. He knows it. 3.2. But as I was saying, hopefully he caught this too. This is, I'm sure he has. He's been watching my videos last I checked anyways. Right now is not too bad. There's ambient light, you can see. I think we might have some moonlight somewhere in those clouds. But see, there you can see. It only works when you have ambient moonlight. Because if you don't, then you get into issues. Like here, I got some ambient light going all the way back a fair ways. Okay, so I gotta take a look at something here. Oh, he's still going. Okay. I don't know who just beat 6446 did. I thought I gave him a light. Okay, here, have a light. Enjoy. You're just gonna keep going. Oh, this is why I keep the independent going. See what I mean? It's starting to take off on me. It's not like other yards where you can go ahead, like especially if you dump the air on this thing, you'll never get back. And yeah, you can keep it down below 10, but the whole thing is you got to get it back. And I might be doing it very safely. I'd rather be safe than sorry, so I take no worry in that. I suppose I could be going 5 miles an hour and still have plenty of time to. The faster you're going, the harder it's to stop it, especially if you got momentum. I still can't see him. So this is a good test. It's taken 10 minutes just to get down here. I should have stuck an EOT on the back. But once it gets going, it should be relatively good. Building a train, personally, I'll just do a rough estimate. I don't see it being an issue. I think we may have enough tracks here, but I'm not sure on that one now, since the south departure isn't as big as I thought it. But we do have more tracks in Barstow. Whoa, doofus. See, I'm all the way up. I'm all the way at 4.9. Now I got full independent to try to slow myself down. See what I mean? The first night I tried humping, once we started this up, if you guys were with me, that was fun. Don't want to do that again. See, I can barely get it down to into the threshold, the 3 to 4 mile an hour threshold that I want. My target is 3 miles an hour. I just do that so it gives me some leeway. That's what my speed control is set for. That's what I'm sticking with. I think one of these days my rail driver is going to give. This independent feels awfully loose in here. And I'm not mechanically inclined, so I don't know. I can't even fix my stupid mouse, let alone. But hopefully it'll hang on. Man, where is this thing? Oh crap! I just realized something. I don't know if I've checked to see if this has auto racks. Good. Looks like I got them out. That's another issue I got to deal with. So these are things I have to consider. And I'm going to try, I may just try a few theories tonight, because I'm still not decided as to which way I'm going to go. The one way I could go is to turn everything into just, who cares, just run the freaking trains in. Don't try not to worry about, like, I can go ahead with the fake industries, just bring the trains in, just run the yard. Let it build up the industries or the fake industries or whatever, and it should relatively give you an idea. We can still spawn them manually. That'll avoid the auto racks, but unfortunately the logistics will look like crap. I still would have, no I wouldn't have any control over what those trains were coming in, so they're going to be balanced across all hump tracks. I'm not a big fan of that approach. If I was to do the blocking, I could duplicate the tags. And by duplicating the tags, what that gives me, if I'm doing the trains set up the way they are, what that will do is that will throw in the odd empties. I could also mix the tags a little bit. I could really randomize them. See, this thing's almost going out of control now. I got full independent on and it's 3.8. See, it's actually running almost out of control now. I'm gonna put yeah, it's runaway right now. Remember, I have no air in this thing. This is why I was trying to stay below 3 miles an hour. I was already a runaway at 4. You almost have to keep air in until you're. That's the other thing you might have to do, is just keep the air into it and bleed it before you go into the hump. Maybe here, I never had to do that at Barstow. Barstow, I could run up to the hump, and there would be a bit of a bowl within the receiving, but it was always manageable. And then you got to the other end, and you were running uphill until you got to the hump. So you could set the speed control on and just let it go. Here you can't do it. So maybe I'll do experiments tonight. I know I'm procrastinating again, but why not? Why not try a few experiments? I haven't done those in a while. So see, I'm up to 5 miles an hour now. I haven't seen the back of my train. So that's something I'll have to consider doing, is keeping the air in. The problem with that is you're going to have to fill in the air every time you fill up the air every time you connect the hump units before you bleed them. So maybe I'll post some discussions about that if I can think about it. So we're a runaway right now at 5.5.
Full independent brake is on. Coupler kilopounds 83,000. We're up to 5.6 miles an hour coming back now. I'm not sure what putting it in an emergency does in this case. I don't know how the theory works. Oh, here he is. Oh, this should be good. So I didn't have as much of an issue with them going the other way. Now let's see if he starts slowing down. He is slowing down. So that's a good sign. But you better be set up before you do that, because there's no turning back. Let me just see if I can go here into. No, he hasn't recruited yet. How's the other sub doing? I just got the one train going right now. That's okay. So he's going to stop for his recrew, and then I don't know where I'm sending him. I guess I'll send him down this way. Down to 3.9 miles an hour. That's a good sign. Very good sign, actually. It looks like I worked. So I didn't, it was a runaway for a little bit, but now I can start to release the independence a bit. Now, this took us 10 minutes. I'm going to go with that for now, just to get down here. That's why I kind of wanted to do a westbound when I had it. How's the ambient look now? Still not too bad. So yeah, 10 minutes to get to the first 20 minutes for the trim, yep. Oh, wait. Hold on a second here. I'm at 2040. Did it take 20 minutes to get down here? I think it did. I might have to look back at that. I think it actually did take 20 minutes to get down here. I thought it was 10, but it's 2040. I don't mind highballing a little bit, some figures. Because if you guys remember when I first started, I put myself into a hole right from the start, and that was I started out without the schedule. This is why I don't want to jump back into things.
I'd rather do some experiments shortly. Is this working good? Oh, I wish I could turn the lights on to that thing. No, that's okay. Should have done it beforehand. That was giving me some ambient light where I needed it last night, but that's okay. I think I'm alright tonight. And we're at the crest of the hill now. Say what? Who? Who the hell's at an excessive coupler angle? Oh no. Oh boy. This ain't good. Can I release the handbrakes on this thing, or do I really have to go down here and shove that thing down? Oh, man. Man, come on. Yeah, I was afraid of this. Oh, man. I was afraid of this. Oh, frick. This is crazy. I don't know. Are we using dem data here, or are we... Because this is really frustrating now. I can understand the auto racks, but I was kind of reserved at that. Because despite the fact that auto racks may not be permitted, you telling me I can't have reefers either? I mean, I'm okay with that. Don't get me wrong, I'm okay. I mean, what, are we going to run into issues with center beams too? I think they're okay, but... Oh, man. This sucks. Well, so much for my time. Who knows? Damn it. I'm gonna have to really look into this. I'm not gonna let it stop me. I don't care what issues there are. And I guess there are some issues with that hump. I've already seen a couple. I saw that the center beams, there was a bunch of center beams that were causing issues and knocking off the hump controller for some reason. Now we got reefers going through the hump. And remember, this is shut the hell up. Stupid dogs. Oh man, this ticks me off. So anyways, I don't know what the hell I was saying because of dipshits upstairs, but anyways. We had the reefers. Or sorry, we had the auto racks. I knew about that. Center flow, center beams, not a big deal. I can turn the hump controller back on. As long as I'm paying attention, it's okay. But these are trains that are generated by the Run8. So if they're trains that are generated by the Run8, people who are going to run these trains are going to run into problems. This should have been tested again. And I don't know if there's an easy solution for it. You know, and I know you know, I hate doing it, but this is the kind of thing that needs to be tested thoroughly. I shouldn't have to be beta testing this. Oh man, because I'm putting, you know, I'm putting my reputation, my heart, my soul into this, and this is happening. I shouldn't have to be beta testing the most critical function of that whole system. How many hours? I mean, we're on a 24th hour of me running this yard. I've already ran into, you can't do auto racks. Okay, they said you couldn't. It said it in the documents. Fine. I have to go in and I have to take the auto racks out of the Run8 trains. These are Run8 generated trains. And I know I'm going to get into trouble maybe if this gets out and blah, blah, blah. But this really ticks me off. This simulator has so much going for it, and then this happens. So, you know, I mean, stuff happens. Okay, don't get me wrong. I mean, stuff's going to happen. You're going to blow up brake line or whatever the hell else is going to go, and then I don't know what else. Things do happen. I get that. I get the random things. What I don't get is when you have certain things like this happening. And this can be preventable, as far as I can tell. Why am I running into these? What the hell happened to my hump controller? Oh, it's it's behind the thing. I was like, it's the only hump controller on there, and I couldn't see it on the list. Hello. It is there. Oh, is it because it's on? Alright. Alright, let's go in and see if I can salvage this. Does that take the pin puller off? Oh, auto pin puller. Take that off. Let me go in and see if I can salvage it. And I mean, if it's salvageable, okay, fine. I can live with the odd whatever. I can take the reefers out, I guess. I think that makes the one decision very easily for me. I'm not going to deal with their crap as far as whatever they're generating. I may go with the goofy industry, but honestly, I want to control these trains. I want to know the trains that are coming in. But this is an issue. This is going to be a known issue if it's not already on the boards already. And if it's not on the boards already, nobody's running it like they should. Think about that for a second. How many people are actually operating? Not that many servers out there push it as much as we do, and I've only been at this for like what, 23 actual hours. Whoops. And if it was a known issue, I sure the hell haven't heard about it yet. Then again, I'm on Train Sim, so you get very little posts. You know, you get some screenshot postings and a few other things. A few people are going to try it for the first time who never ran it, and, you know. Let's do it the old-fashioned way. I don't know if I can get it down there or not. I don't want to trust... Okay, the air should be out of it, right? It recoupled, right? Another issue, well, I don't know if that's an issue. That could be an operator error, as far as I know. Yay! Okay, let's go back up. I don't know how far that runs down, or if it's smart enough to just keep rolling. I am in forward, right? No, I'm in reverse. Stupid. Okay, so hopefully that gets fixed in a future update, but I can live with it. It's, you know, it ticks me off when it happens, but that's something I'm just going to have to live with. That's the first time it's happened, though, in the 23 hours, so that's a good thing. But, and the thing is, I can be particular about the cars too. I'm not too worried about the little the center beams. But this rolls back down to my little bit of a rant when it comes to I don't know if I know they work on the physics, and the physics are great. I'm just not too sure how much they really go through and run sessions. It was very apparent to me that when this was released after version 2 that there was not enough testing done on this route. And I'm not saying that's all on Mikey either, because that's up to the beta team. They gotta test this stuff. That like he said before, that should have never been released. And he's right, it shouldn't have. That kind of thing might be a little harder to find, so, you know, I get it. I'm okay, you know, it's like, it's fine. It's a couple auto racks that just happen to be together or whatever, or the center beams. I've seen a few issues that I've run across. I haven't been running it that long. That scares me. It's not a big deal. I mean, you know, I could call it blow. Well, see, I can't call it blowing a hose. I don't know what the hell I can call it. The hump controller failed, and something wrong with the software at the end, or I don't know. I mean, I'll use an excuse, but maybe it's just a random thing that is railroading. Maybe I expect too much out of trains. I know there's hotbox detectors, and I think they're cool when they go off. I haven't had one in a long time, so, but you know. The AIs don't seem to get affected by hotbox detectors, which is kind of odd, but I'm okay with it. It'd be kind of cool if they were, but it's alright. So anyways, breathe, Sean. I don't know where I was at time. I'm gonna have to take a rough estimate now, but I don't know. Maybe I'll come up with a figure. I'm gonna go with half an hour. That might be. How about I go with? How about I go with a 20-minute and a 40-minute? And I know that's probably the high scale. Yeah, you are. Why are you? Because you're still holding. Why'd you stop for a red signal? You don't have a red signal. You got a green signal. Is that what that says? Why did it say that it was stopped for a red signal? It's not stopped for a red signal. All I did was release the thing. That's not a red signal. He just started honking at me. Like, now he's leaving. Here he comes. You don't have a signal. I released him. I mean, it's nice that he got my attention and all, but... Okay. Smile. Enjoy life. Yes. I'm still going to get some experiments done. Hopefully that's the last issue I have on this train. Like I said, I mean, Mikey's done a great job on this. The Run8 crew has done a great job on this. I'm not trying to harp on them. I really am not. I just want things to work. I hate running into issues like that. I mean, little bugs once in a while. But this is a very critical. Maybe my standards are too high. I don't know. Oh, shoot. I'm getting into trouble there. I'm going to go back. I forgot to put the hump controller back on. I forget where it starts. It starts over here somewhere, but... Okay. This will be the last AI train we see in a while coming up. Where the hell he is? Is that him down there? Oh, here he comes. Okay, stop. Turn the hump controller back on. Auto pin pillar. Give me another problem again. I'm going to throw my rail driver at it. Okay, here we go. Hopefully it runs on its own. Has he got a Conrail leader? I thought he was B&O. I guess he is Conrail. Cool. What time we have a Conrail issue? Or issue. I'm thinking issues. Conrail leader is what I want to see. Very nice. I mean, that's another thing, too. I'm really, really leaning towards... I'm actually leaning back towards version 1 of RTS. That's cool. Did I actually clear the hump for that last cut of cars? I hope I did. It looked like I did, or at least it was rolling. Or where the hell did it go? Did it go down there? These guys, right? Uh-oh. Oh no, he was further down. It was these guys. Okay. Awesome. I wish he had the save spots in the thing too, huh? Like the save spots in the area. So this is the first multi-level I've actually seen, like, had a good look at. I've seen one come over there. So I'm not sure if the issue was that there was 2 reefers. I think that was the issue I was running into with the auto racks. So there's going to be a lot of toying around of configurations that I'm going to have to think about. Certain rules to try to prevent certain situations like this from happening. Definitely there's not going to be auto racks on these trains, but I can control that. Now, I can still go the method of having the fake industries. No, I can't. I keep saying that. I keep wanting to go back to it, and then I can't. Because I know I can't. Because then, no. That ain't gonna happen. The one I was gonna go for was possibly having what we have now, except really getting random, and I might try that, but I'm really trying to stay away from that, if at all possible, because I can really randomize up the tags. And that will still need some more analysis in the matrix and all that other stuff before I unleash it. So if I do that, that'll probably be the easiest way to get going again. So it's basically these trains coming in, except I'm going to mix this up quite a bit. I'm still going to have to go in and play around with the auto racks to get them out of there. But, you know, it's something.
So, okay, so we got a reefer and a center main. Let's see how this one works. This is going to Niagara Falls. See, this is there. Then you get into different tracks, and certain tracks work better than others, I find, in the bowl. But if I can really mix things up, and I'm going to do that experiment once this train hops. He's doing pretty good. I'm gonna give the total time to an hour. So what that means, probably I think this is totally doable. If we got a dozen trains that need to be humped. It's doable. So I'm not even going to worry about it. I really think it's doable. So let me play around with the experiment. Who stopped? Oh, somebody else had stopped. That's why I thought I saw a B&O. Aww. Forgot about you. Sorry, bud. TV. That's where they gotta get it on the tone and just say, meh. He called before. I wasn't paying attention to him. I wish they toned instead of just put a little, like, those are so easy to ignore. That was why I was emphasizing on my procedures before for the Bakersfield project. Why I emphasized, I should be looking at my bowl here. Yeah, there's enough ambient light where I can see that pretty good. But that's why I was emphasizing. I want to see the train though, damn it. This is fun watching him go by while we're doing this. It's okay. Indiana's still, well, he's almost done that. He's going to go to the end. Let me take a quick look. I think he's okay. If not, that's okay. At the end of you. Oh, that's it. No, it's not. I can't even see. Oh, there it is. It's behind the tower. Damn, those trains are long. Now, this is why I enjoy actually operating at Selkirk too, is having the trains go through like that. Okay, so we're coming up to. I never really had to worry about reefers, so that was just. Let's just assume that's a fluke. We got two coming up, and I think this was the combination we had before too. We'll see. So yeah, I have a tendency of venting. That's just the way it is. So, all good now. Get out of your system. Move on. Nothing I can do to change it other than just change things up. Wow, is this hump can actually beat this train? Yeah, it's about a 15-minute delay with the issue. Hearing the bells, so that's a good sign. get into the experiment mode, and then I'll give you guys a brief look at what I will be dealing with moving forward. I'm gonna go. That's the painless way of doing it. I can't. And just to get it going, as long as I'm happy with it, and what I may do, honestly, I may. No, I'm not. I'm going to start from scratch. Because I want to get over to the summer nights, and I want to. No. I'm gonna start this from scratch. So what that'll mean is, if this works the way I'm hoping it works, I will go through a matrix of every potential symbol. And then I will go through, and I want to do it before the train starts spawning. I want to do it right off the bat, because then I want to see how the operation enhances. So that's why I'm doing it from scratch. I'm going to start this whole thing from scratch. I am going to give myself a I'm going to try to give myself a 4-week window here to try and get it. And if it so happens that version 2 of RTS, which I highly doubt, but if it was to come out or get to a point to be available, then I may consider, I can easily adjust to it. So that'll work good. So yeah, I'm gonna go with 1 hour. And there's the build the trains, and a little bit of running, hopefully, if all goes well. The matrix is going to start with every single symbol potential. Whoops, sorry buddy, I didn't mean to not let you go down. Out of curiosity. Ooh, that was cutting it close. See what I mean? You don't know, huh? See, it's actually fouling. Indianapolis is actually fouling the second one. I had no idea. I think that's just fouling. I couldn't see it. Well, it's not quite. Lucky though. All it would have took was one more, and I would have been able to pay attention to see anything there. But as you can see, this is what I'm talking about. You can see all the loads are bunched up on CN, EL. You notice and it goes in order too. So this part of the line, that PEI, that was overflow from this. So what you're really looking at here are the 6 tracks. And this kind of gives you an idea. So you see these first 4 tracks are all loads. Pittsburgh is where it changes, but then SL
is all empties. So that's what I have to go against here. So we got the other train. That was the last train. Well, there's another dude coming in. I ain't worried about it. I wasn't running any random trains tonight anyways. So now I will go ahead and start running my experiments. Okay, let's just run with him for a minute while I go ahead and grab one last snack for the night. We'll go ahead and grab onto him, run into, and I'll think about the experiments as we're doing it. Yeah, I'll use him. I don't even know where TV5 goes, but we'll just clear him through. He can come the same way. I don't care. I did see one issue in here where the switch changed underneath it and then the car got split the one time too, you know. Well, let me try it with him to see if it splits. Oh wow, I put it over this way. I accidentally left the reverse switch on. Yeah, well, there we go. That'll teach me. So that should get it down the river line for me to the next guy. Okay, so let's go ahead and I will grab onto this train, wherever the heck he is. I don't know, where is he? He's hard to find. Well, there's one way of doing it. What the hell's that train? Oh, really? Oh, no, that's, sorry, that's our friend in Albany. So, what is he doing? The cool thing is, he never, complained. Whatever. Okay. Oh, I was wondering why the heck the train was looking like a Christmas tree. Makes sense. Some of these engines. Oh, looks like those are those Conrail horns. Cool. All right. Watch him. I'll grab a drink and I'll be right back. And a snack. Okay, I'm back. So, I want to think things over while we're on this nice, relaxing little ride to Selkirk. And before we go in the direction that I want to go here, where are we at? 34? Model 34. Yeah, we're not too far out. I think we're that far out. Oh. I guess we are kind of a ways out, so we're not going to make a point to Selkirk, but let me just, let me see about that. Not really. There's around 18.9. Using a 50s. Coming up to that sector, coming up to the rail X terminal. Now let's just go with it. Be a nice relaxing trip for a little bit. So, yeah, as I was saying, it took me long enough to think about this tonight, and it was actually operating that made me think about the ways that I either am going to have fun or what's going to take me amount of time. Time's critical.
CSX equipment defect detector milepost 33.6 track 1.
So yeah, that was why I wanted to do that little time test there. An hour per train, average. Jeez, I picked a good one. See some signals. So yeah, an hour per train still gives a lot of leeway. The builds shouldn't take much. I'm still going to have the AI help. I think it's totally doable. I'm still taking a lot of shortcuts as well. I do want to get it to a point where I can actually run some trains as well, but we'll see. And then who knows, maybe it'll build enthusiasm that way. If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. It's not a big deal. There's a lot of things I can do to get it to go the way I want. Love the signals up in that night here. Pretty cool stuff. So yeah, now the only thing that I have to test and I suppose I should get to it pretty soon. I'm okay for now. The thing that I have to test is how much I can fill in for those the sortings or the blocks. If memory serves me correct, the answer to that is not too much, but I'll find out, because you're limited to the amount of blocks that you can put in. I think they're more limited to the industry, not the actual tags that you can put into the trains, because the only way it's going to work for sure is to be able to have, I would say, at least 20 tags, potentially. Ideally, I wouldn't mind even going further. And because I wouldn't mind actually going with the blocking. It's not going to be a perfect block, but it might kind of represent. And yeah, the loads are going to be at the front and the empties are going to be at the back. I get that. I don't like it, but the way it's going to work. And I should have noticed this in Barstow, and I didn't. That's what really irritates me. Is I should have put 2 and 2 together, and I never did. It took me till Selkirk till I realized, wait a minute, these trains are always going to be like that, unless you switch things up. That's a loud dog in passing. But yeah. How far out is he now? Let's get to the overpass here. I don't think I'm going to follow him all the way. Let's get to work. I like the signals and all that other stuff, but let's get to work. Menu. Okay. So now we get to the nitty-gritty here. Go into the extra board. I'll go into which one? Which one do I want? It doesn't really matter. Hudson line. No, I don't need the Hudson line extra board. Hudson, no. Lab, extra board. Amsterdam. Not really. West Albany. Okay, extra board, Selkirk terminal humps, CPFB. I'm not sure. Were we just there? I think we were. Where are we? I don't even know where the hell we are. I'm still not used to the letters. I want to be down here anyways. Yeah, let's just go right here. We'll work on one of the Riverside trains as an experiment. CPSK south limit. Oh, yeah. That's cool. Like I said, this is a beautiful line and it's got a lot of potential, so we're gonna make the most of it. I don't even know what goes down the port sub. I haven't figured that one out yet. That's not a big deal. We'll figure that out eventually. Okay, so in order to do this, I gotta go into no. Yeah, do I go into here? I guess I do go into here. I had to think about it for a minute. Okay. So, do I want to play around? Yeah, let's just go ahead and muck around with it here. So we're going to go with the mixed freight. Now, as you can see, there's not much there. So what I'm going to do is I am going to comma that. I don't know if I can add on to it, but I'm going to try. Yeah, so far it's letting me. I can barely see it, but it's there. 2. Let me put 3 there. That's a good. Oh wait, no, that ended. I think it ended. No, there's 4 right there. Hold on a second here. I'll do that again. Very encouraging. That is very encouraging if that's working. Very encouraging. Did it actually do that? Did it really do that? Okay, hold on a second here. I don't want to mess with numbers here. Or do I? Actually, just to tell what they are, yes. This is going to take a bit. Oops. 2. It's going to take a bit, but it's okay. I actually started the other process, so there we go. Wow, you know, this has got potential. So now, see what's happening here is now you're into the blocks. And yes, you're still playing with that stupid loads in the front, empties in the back. I don't know. Maybe that's a mountain BNSF thing or what. I remember that being talked about as, well, that's the way trains should be built. Ideally, maybe. I get the reasoning. But like I said, RTS, I never thought that way. And maybe it's because I'm green and I've never been a real railroader, and I understand why. I get the reason why. But to me, it's impractical unless you're building it from a terminal precisely that way for that reason. Because if you're not, then there's no way in hell a train along the way is going to take all their loads and throw them on the front end. And I've never seen anybody do that here. I've never seen anybody do that anywhere. So why that is happening is it's really, you know, it's just one of these little operation things where to me it's almost like, okay, they heard somebody advised them that that's how a good train is run. I've heard that on some boards. I've heard that. Well, yeah, it's good to have the loads in the front and the empties in the back. Yeah, we know that, but that's not how they make up trains necessarily. Not all trains are made up that way. Certainly not locals coming back from industries. I know damn well they're not. Anyways, I'm gonna stop right there at 9. We've had enough. We've had enough right there. Do I have to go in and out again, or can I spawn it now? Okay, yes, I know the auto racks are in there. Did we make it to 9? We did. Yeah, you know something? I'm liking that on a few different levels. Let me take a look at that. I don't like that. I don't think that's gonna make the hump. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. You mean to tell me we went from reefers 1 to reefer 2? To yeah. What? Say what? Really? You know something? I actually like that, believe it or not. I actually do like that. I like that. I don't like that. I don't like how it goes into the empties again. Let's try some more. That's encouraging. Let's try this. Did we start off the last train with auto racks in the front like that? Oh man. I almost kind of like the fact that there's mostly loads too. I got to admit, I do like that. But when you think about how that's gonna hump, okay? Are there any together? Like, are there really any together? SL? Not really. That can do a lot of things. Now that part about the 9, that's just an indicator that I put in there, okay? I see... Typically I see 4 blocks coming from these trains, okay? So let's go ahead and let's... I like that, but that really mixes them. Oh, no, you're an utter peon. You are an utter peon, and that's all you'll ever be. How about that? Okay, let's go right for that one. Take that one out of the jugular, and we'll spawn that. I really like that. Whoa, it's an interesting mix. I got to admit, I like that. I really do. It's not perfect. It doesn't have to be perfect. And to be quite honest, I may be able to do this Now, I didn't expect that result for some reason. I've got a day tomorrow. I got a little bit of time tonight. I can live with that. Now, I did want... See, I was going to try a few other things. Because what I wanted to do... First of all, go ahead and copy the player, turn it back, copy the player. This will come to me now. That is a good sign. That really is a good sign. Okay. All right. So, how many cars are we right now? We're at 104. We were really 6,720 feet? Wait a minute, hold on a second here. That's interesting. That's got me in. Hold on a second here. Train went quite a ways because it went to the... It went way down here, didn't it? Okay. So here's a couple little tricks that I'm doing, right? Okay, so first of all, copy. No, I can't copy the player train because I don't have it yet. Relinquish. So here's a couple tricks that I'm doing. First, I'll copy the player train on. Yeah, he's only 80 cars, and he's yeah. Okay, perfect. All right, good. I was afraid that the trains were going to be overly long, but they're okay. So, my rule of thumb to make life easier for me is I always put a reverse engine at the end. There's a couple ways you can do. Number one, you can reverse it yourself. The other rule of thumb is I'm taking out the non-weird stuff every now and then. Depending upon how many cars I get rid of. So the loaded status is at 1.6 right now, if they're all loads. I'm okay with deleting at least, bringing that down to a 1.2. So right off the bat, you know, having it, if it was fully loaded, which it's not, because we know it's got, doesn't say how many, that's okay. Whatever. Wish it actually told you what it was. But anyways, I digress. So we are at okay, now we're at 79 units. I'm going to go ahead and take out the auto racks. Take out the auto racks. I'm in a good mood now. I didn't expect that. Delete selected. So we're getting rid of the auto racks, which also will add in even more randomness, which is cool. We like some randomness. We just don't like crazy randomness. I'm still going to go ahead with at least a preliminary try at getting things better. I'm going to start. Am I going to start from scratch? Yes, I am. And I may not start on Wednesday. In fact, you know something? I'm going to start again on Sunday. I'm going to give myself this whole week. I know it's early. Because the only thing I got left is a Wednesday. Forget it. Forget the Wednesday. Goodbye. I'll start again on Sunday. And I'll show you what I'm going to start doing. And then I'm not going to, I doubt very highly I'm going to do any live streams. Like I said before, I say that and then I end up doing them. So, okay, so this one here, I only lost 8 cars. So this was perfect. And when I go ahead and place that train, which I'll place it on the main line because that makes more sense, right? It's in the siding because that's what, you know, that's basically my suggestion for avoiding issues for randomly placed trains. Of course, I'm trying to avoid that as much as possible, but I'm still open to at least, you know, I'm open to still spawning an AI train just someplace, you know what I mean? Alright, so I reverse this engine, which the reason why I like to reverse that last engine, especially if it's coming into Selkirk, is so that I can AI it going the other way. It's a huge time saver. Anything that I can save time and represent, because in real life, there's more than one crew in Selkirk. You better damn well believe it. And they got other things to do. So looking at this, this is very, very encouraging. Like I see a few blocks together the way it should be. But now it's more of an order. I could leave it at 4. I could change the splitting up a little bit. By the time it gets down to 4, it's kind of into the same ones again, but which means, let's see, if I go to 5, well, really, I would have to, if I went to 3, hold on a second here. I'm not losing that much into there, though. Niagara Falls is missing it. I guess I'm gonna have to go with 8. 8 sets, I think, is a good choice. Let me just try this one more time, guys. Bear with me. Even though there's potentially 4 blocks, it doesn't mean that they're all going to be set that way. But let me go ahead and do this. And I know I'm not going to repeat the numbers because we know what the numbers are going to be going throughout. That's not the point. The point is what we want is to see, not that, utter peon, yes. We want to see empties spread out more. We know they're going to be at the end of the train. Okay, I keep harping on that. That's just the way it is. There's nothing I can do to change that. Or there is, but I'm not going to. Okay? So now I'm going to go ahead and spawn this now. I like how I can change this in the middle, too. So I didn't think I could change the traffic. I thought there was something. Maybe it's the random generator. I don't know. There's something. That beauty. this. I'll get rid of those auto racks. No, there we go. We're at the back end already. Oh, jeez. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna have to. Oh man. They're all empties going into one. Okay. Let me try one more idea here. Maybe I'm going the wrong way with this. Let me try 3. I'm going to try 3. See what happens, okay? They ended up being all the same freaking place. I didn't like that. Alright. Is that one going to work? Yeah, 100 peon. Ah, crap. Blocks are a little bit more, but that's okay. That's to be expected. Somewhat. Aha! Maybe it's that simple. There's your magic formula right there. Because now we've got SLs. Still throws a lot of SLs at the end for some strange reason. I'm not sure if that's just a pattern or what. How does it do it for the loads? Okay. Of course they're the auto racks, but, you know, I'm okay with that. So that's some pretty encouraging stuff. Was there any other experiments that I was going to try and do before I go into the matrix mode? I'm just trying to think now if there was. I thought there was for some reason. I don't know what it was that I was trying to. There's only 2 ways of going about doing it, so I don't see how. Was I gonna play? You know, it's either that or it was the waybills. I can't think of. No, I can't think of any other way that, or anything else that I was going to try to do. Now, mind you, it's getting later at night too, and my brain stops working as well. So, if I have it set up that way, average 3 blocks, I think minimum 3 blocks. Let's go with a minimum 3 blocks, depending upon how the train is set up. And I'll be able to see that information, and I'm going to put that information into the matrix. I'm not going to go through worrying too much, at least not yet, about other trains in the system. I'm going to focus on the Selkirk trains, in and out. I'm going to get them in, get as much information as I can about them, and then I will work my way around it. and hopefully I'll be able to get a picture of the other locations. The reason why I wanted to do the other trains, just to explain why that was important for me, and it's really pushing the realism level, is if I was to generate an image, or basically give myself a visual of how the network operates in Conrail, for the manifests in particular we're talking about, what that would do for me is that would give me an idea as to how much traffic I can expect from one block of trains, and where they were going, and how heavy they would be sending cars in a particular direction. So let me get out of this. Let me get into this. I can't think if there can't be anything else that I was going to do. I mean, you're looking at train types. Oh yes. Oh, thanks. Thanks, brain, or other side of the brain, for just going in that basically did it right there. Okay. That wasn't it. Where was the screen? I've seen it before. I've seen it before. And that is not it. Okay. Let's try one more. You gotta be kidding. Fully CSX train? That's funny. Let's just, for, you know, what's and giggles, see. Holy crap, look at all the auto racks on that sucker. It's gonna be a shorty. Because once I get all those auto racks out, there ain't gonna be nothing left of the train. Okay, whoops, I'm at 3s now. See, I'm already at the 3rd block there. Oh, wait, okay, fine, I'm at NFs. Did I even get that far? I did. Whoa, wait, whoa, hold on a second here. Did that thing actually spin up? Okay, EL's on the first side. EL Indianapolis, then Niagara Falls. Alright. So there's no empties for EL Indianapolis. Then we get some for Niagara Falls, and then the rest of it gets it again. I gotta try just a few more things before I go ahead and do that. Yes, I can change the order too, is the other possibility. Let me go with 6 for a minute, and just because what's happening is whatever one, there's a lot of the random number generator coming into play here. You can see patterns forming of how it does it, which is okay. So let me go with 6. Alright, so now we're going with 6. Let's see how this looks. These are Conrail meters. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. See what I mean? At some point it loses its brains. There comes a point, I can't explain that one, where it just loses its mind. And if I can find it, that'd be great. I don't know if I can find it.
So I really need to nail that too, because I don't want to have that at the end of the train. That's way too. Ugh. Let's go with 4 of them again. All right. Two, 3. Well, what I'll have to do, there's a whole whack of them again, huh? Right at the end, huh? There's like 16 cars in that last block. And then, you know, it just kind of weird how it does that. The only thing I can think of, and I may have to consider that, I'm not sure how I consider it. It's almost like it gets to a point and it can't divide. That's it right there. It almost gets to a point where it can't divide. But you never know what the hell it's gonna be. Which is kind of scary, but it's kind of cool too. You know what I'm saying? 14 cars ain't too bad on a train, so it's just like, you know, the rest of it's mixed up pretty well. But you get that last. And I think that's happening with all of them. I never noticed that before. It's certainly, or wait a minute, is this just happening with the? Oh, jeez, it's not just happening with the empties, is it? Did I totally miss that? 1, 2, 3, 1. Don't do this to me. Oh, no. No. It can't be. They didn't do that, did they really? Is that what they did? I wish they would, you know, just give their ideas of how the formulas are. They say, well, yeah, you know, it works its way out and blah, blah, blah. And, you know, okay, well, that's nice. I didn't have that before. I didn't have that issue before. Why am I having that issue now? I forgot about that. I didn't have that issue before. I'm having it now. So, if that's the case, there's something else going on here. And I'm not too sure what that is. ALSE. I really don't know what that issue is. But, just to be on the safe side, just to be on the safe side, I'm going to go with 9 again. Let's see how it goes. I can't win. Okay, alright, okay. I've had enough of that one. Hold on a second. Hold on a second here. What's going on? This thing's getting way too predictable again. I gotta find the happy medium because something's bizarre here. I'm starting to get the same tags every time. So what is going on? Yeah, I'll get it eventually. Yeah, traffic generation, spawn point. Was it river line? Mixed freight. Oops. Oh, there we go. Okay, I can live with that. I think you do have to go in and out before you make the changes, or else I don't know if it's a memory lag or what the hell it is, but it just doesn't want to take its changes. That I can live with. That looks pretty good. So I've seen some good ones, and then I've seen some bad ones. That one's pretty convincing. I don't want to waste too much time on this tonight, and I'm probably going to have to experiment a little bit. I don't see too many long, huge blocks either, which is a good sign. Alright. I'll play around with that a little bit more, but that's a good sign. Okay, no, what I wanted to do. There was one other thing that I wanted to do tonight. I'll be on till 11 tonight. I don't care. How the hell did I get that going? It's the tagging functions. Is it control? It's not the industry. Oh. Industry cars, industry configuration. That isn't it. It's kind of neat looking, but that ain't it. What the hell do I have those? Okay, industry configuration. It's kind of cool. I forgot that there were some of those in there. So that's good. Yeah, there's going to be a few things that I'm going to work on between now and Sunday. That isn't what I wanted. I'll be damned if I can remember where the hell it was supposed to be. Something tells me it's hidden here somewhere. Industry tag. Process car and blocks. And that's the industry configuration. That isn't it. Okay, was it back up here? Maybe it was. Okay. Just so you guys see what I'm doing. A lot of these have already got their tags based on everything that's going on. What I just did. Oh, really? Oh, okay. I was wondering that for a minute. I thought it was, that's interesting. So it takes an empty. So I can change that. I guess I can play around with that a little bit, but then I got the loads in front of me because in the back again. Well, they're really stuck on that. Did they actually get that right? I'm gonna go back to that again. I want to see that. And then I'll show you what I wanted to do. The reason why I wanted to go into that is I wanted to see how fast it was. Because if it's fast enough, Miss seeing the big units, I gotta be honest. I just wish, man, it's kind of cool seeing it existing. Okay. So let me go down to the tagger for a minute and take a look at what we've got. Okay, it looks like I have loads going the one way. I'm not too sure how these industries were set up, to be quite honest. Yeah, I ain't gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about it too much. What the hell's this do again? Oh yeah, there's a random mumbat. Selected weight. Oh, that doesn't do nothing when you're into one of those. What's that thing? Oh, they override the limit. Ah, I see. That's cool. Oh yeah. Kind of funky. I do like that though. It makes it, the reason why I had to go there was I was curious how fast it is to select tags. Now, the reason why I say that is because it's a lot quicker now to tag a train than when it used to be. And for me to go in there and have a list, this is something I'm not too sure if you guys, I should mention this. I don't know what time I started, but I'll try to remember to, if Tom's not watching, which I doubt he is, but you know he's really busy. But I'll mention this to Tom because I know he was doing some tagging or he was doing something. I'm wondering if he's using this. If he's not using this, what he needs to do. Actually, he should be able to do it because he has the industry set up. It's much easier to click on a train, set up the tags, resave it, and do it this way. So basically all you're doing, if I can find my train now, all you're doing is you're clicking on it and you're going right to the tagger. I should mention that real quick before I forget. I want to make sure I put that in there. Quick nod to Tom. So
basically what he does is, I believe he uses version 2. So have set the train. I had to post that in there so that he understood exactly what I was talking about. Because had I not done it that way, I would have forgotten. Everything else is fine on here. Okay. Oh, I was going to go into there anyways. So let me get out of this. I've done enough experimenting. Let me show you what it is that I intend on doing. Actually, I'm going to go back to that again. Or at least go back to that part. Up here, I'm going to go with a search for California. Not Florida. I knew it started with a C. You can tell I'm getting tired. Oh boy. I could do the symbols in 1999. I'm not going to go there. I'm going to go ahead with the gold mine for freight schedules. Oh, I already have this. Never mind. Alright. So, where does my schedule go to? October 24th, 1998. What I'm going to do is I'm going to go with, when I do my when I start up again, I'm going to go with June 21st, 1998. And I'm going to try to run it through as long as I can. I forget when the actual, I'd have to look back. I may even look through here and see if it's before then. If it's before then, I may go ahead and retrograde it even further back. But I'll see. Maybe I'll do some dates when I do this. So the document that I need, I think is I think it's a PDF. I don't need that right now, so I'll open up another file. And I want to go with the Conrail freight schedule. Very good. Okay. So see, this is where I could be saying, okay, well, we have an Allentown train that goes to, you know, will it do this? This is where you look at the different blocks. Now see, this one has block 9 out of Harrisburg. They have all kinds of blocks. So this makes it interesting. I may go that way. I'm not sure yet. But I'm going to do this totally different. I could use the data that's already in there. But well, yeah, actually, you know something? I am going to use this. How do I use the data that's already in there? Oh boy. This is going to be tough. We close that off. And I don't know. Registry response. No, that's not what I want. I guess I'll go with that. And then I will go with that. Well, that should be interesting. So I'd have to go back into the master. Honestly, yeah, I could. Call board I'm not going to worry about right now. I'll deal with that later. Same with current. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to sort back. Go back to the sorting of the ASCE. Now I want to get the I want to, yeah, okay. I don't even know if I need all that. That's okay. The time, shoot. I know what these are. These are fine. But I don't need them right now. I don't need that. I'll deal with that later. This is where it gets really goofy, and I think I want to start from scratch on this. I know I was doing a lot. Futures, yeah, you know, I just want to get rid of that. Block 1, block 2, okay, get rid of it. I know it was a lot of data, and my son and I were collecting it, and he'll probably be very unhappy, but I'll make it up to him. All right. That's not what I want. That's not what I want. I gotta put it in here. I gotta put it in before. Yay. Yeah, that's gonna be interesting. Let's put it in here. Perfect. Okay. So this is what I'm doing as far as matrix style thing. We got that many symbols in there. And what I'm trying to do is get a better glimpse of how this I want this to work. So my view, I'm going to go ahead and freeze up to current column. No. How about this? View, freeze up to current column. Nope, that's not what I wanted. It's that one I wanted. Up to current columns. Just wanted to do 3 columns, but that's okay. So we're off to the races here. This part doesn't matter too much. I'm not worried about the times they arrive at the various things, but I do want to capture as much data as I can out of what I call the gold mine. You can see I've been calling it the gold mine for a reason, because it is. Damn, I wish I could get that thing to zoom in. Can I do that? Oh, I can. Oh, that was close. I just want to get it to a certain percent. I know, fit to width. I get that part. I don't need it to fit to the width. All I want is my page down. That was close. That's good. I'll go with that. I will go with that. Hopefully that'll keep it. Perfect. All right. Whoa, that's not good. Why does it do that? Man, this thing's goofy. Here, go here then. Do you wanna, or can I just do this and it'll behave itself? It can. It does. Yay. Okay, I like that. Perfect. Much quicker. Okay, I'm learning. I think I'm gonna have to relearn computers all over again. So that's good. This is exactly what I want. So ALSE was the first one that caught my eye. I'm not going to worry about that. I'm just going to look at ALCA Campton, ALCS, ALED. This is why I wanted to go through and do a matrix of everything. Just because I see so many different symbols from Allentown. But that's okay. I want to get back to railroading as quick as I can. So I'm not going to push it. Okay, there it is. So what it does, how do I want to capture this data? Do I want to put that as block 2 for Selkirk, or do I want to put notes? There's so much information there. I don't even know where Kearney is. So it takes cars behind block 1, classified 2. That's interesting. Ah. Okay. Bingo. Ah, damn it. But I can't do it. This is a mixed train. Yeah, I can't do it. As much as I want to, I can't. Because I don't have a type of train that I can connect to it. It's interesting. So, what this is telling me is, let me find Kearney again. Let me see if I can find Kearney on here. I don't know if I can, but I'm going to try. Kankakee. Yeah, see, I can't find a symbol for Kearney. I don't even know what the hell that is. So if I go back to that, Allentown to Selkirk, Kearney, there's a trailer van. It's near Newark, New Jersey. It connects from... Okay, wait a minute, hold on a second. Oh, I see. That's where the trailer vans come from. Okay. All right, so that's okay. What I'm going to do is, because I don't know what the hell it is, I'm gonna put a Kearney there. I'm gonna put that up, and I'm just going to basically say from TV 214 a lot of from to Worcester, Mass. See, this is where the matrix gets a little crazy. I don't really need to know where that came from, but for now I'll keep that in there. In fact, I will just put in that's interesting. Okay. Insert one to the right. That's not what I wanted. Undo. I suppose I could put it there. Yeah, whatever. I guess it doesn't matter. I'm putting the revision just so that I can see it. So that was revised in May of 1995. Just so I know. Okay, so connects from TV 214 day 1, which is fine. It's the same thing. Takes cars classified. all I have to do here is at 1 so that's now block 1, and that doesn't really matter at this point. I can put color codes for pickups, all kinds of things. For now, yeah, you know, I might do. I can't do that. I don't have the colors right now, or I don't. I'm not close enough. How far away am I for that? Oh, I was close. I just want it. There we go. How far? What am I cutting off? I'm not really cutting off much, am I? Alright, let's try that. I'll just go with it. Okay. Breathe. So 1. One for Worcester. Okay, so that's a pickup. I guess that's Allentown's. There's a pickup. It's not dropping off anything, so I'm using green for that part, if that makes sense. And in here, I will put the comment way the heck down here. Okay. So connects from TV dash 2114 I'll leave that alone for now. Oh, I see. Okay, there's two of them. So there's also Kearney. Damn, there's going to be a lot of stuff here. I'm not too sure if that was what I intended. Okay, that one was supposed to be the trail van, not the other one, because I have the comment on that one. Yeah, I'll get it right. Oh, I don't know what that was, but anyways. Okay, this is going to take a long process. I'm only going to do this for 12 more minutes, but this is cool. So by the time it gets to Selkirk here, we've got two blocks clearly. Connects from TV2 914, and then we've got so all I have to do to here is just go 1 and 2 at Selkirk. I don't know, I'll use red because it's the end of the line. I don't know what the hell colors I should be using here. Just red. It stops at Selkirk. I don't know what I should do for pickups and drops. Everything there is picking up, it's not dropping off anything. All it's doing is that Canary is connecting, takes cars behind block 1, classified to Selkirk, and then the other comment that I want to do there I don't know if I wanted to put it in there or not. I'll put it in this comment for now. One connects to TV 10B. 2 connects to SEBO. I don't understand the and subsequent trains. I still don't get that. And subsequent trains. What does that mean? I'll put BO plus. How about that? It does go to SEBO, but there's other stuff as well. Okay, good enough. Next. I think Bose is going to be the next one anyways. There's Worcester. Ah. Okay. So this was revived February of '97. And here we go. So it does stop in Worcester again. I gotta check that first one. Okay, it is SEBO. Okay. I was getting confused with the other one. Okay, so Boston. So that's BO. Okay.
Block 1 for Selkirk. We're back to Worcester. Yeah, that's fine. I don't care. I can always go there to take a look at what the hell that's supposed to be, so that's fine. I could probably have done the same thing with that, but I didn't. Okay, Worcester. I don't even know what the hell that is. Cut off for receipt of traffic. Takes cars, it don't matter. Takes cars classified. Okay. No, it doesn't say EL. It doesn't say go into EL. Let's delete that for now. I'm reading too much into it already. It goes to Selkirk, and then it goes to Boston Plus, but this one goes to EL B plus. I'll just leave that as is without a comment because that's kind of self-explanatory. The other one has another connection to it, so that's fine. BRSE, Chicago Clearing. Yeah, this is going to be a lot easier. I'll do this one, and I think I might go a little bit further. We'll see. I'm not going to go past quarter after, though. I want to try to get a good night's sleep again. Okay, December 97 was the revision. Well, this is interesting. Train receiving from BNSF scheduled to arrive. Okay. So this is where it gets interesting. So this is at Chicago. There's all kinds of information here. So it's more than just one. If it was more than just, so there's okay, so I'm going to put plus 3 SE. Yeah. We'll do it that way. Plus 3 SE. That should put the text in there. Yep. Good. I want
make sure it did that. And then I will put that as a green, but I will put a comment in there to explain all this crap. So, I could care less about the cutoff times. So it was from BNSF. Oops, sorry guy, I apologize for that. Why does it do that in a comment? Just because it remembers something and it all of a sudden pops an email address up? Like, stupid. From BNSF, not to say that there's spam bots looking around, but you never know. Cleveland multi-levels from BNSF. So 1 Cleveland Oh, I see. Okay. Hold on a second here. I don't care what comes out of there. It's all 3. Never mind. Cancel that. Okay. So we're going back to 3SE. Yes, there's 2 other blocks. We know that. That's fine. What the hell's coal hour? Takes cars behind block 1 classified. Selkirk mini oil. Really? Alright. I don't know what the hell that is. I put CH question mark because I'm tired of making, and then I'll just put insert comment to explain what the hell that is. Coal hour near Chicago. I never heard of the place. Okay. So that is 2SE. I'll put a star. I don't know if that'll allow me mini oil. I don't like it when it does that. Okay. Let me just put it as an oil. I don't know what the mini oil means because I really don't have the ability to do anything anyways. Cleveland. I'll just put CL. I'm guessing, but I'll say CL. I don't have any other letters that say CL to it, so okay. So 1 from BR. I'll do a red on that one, or maybe a yellow. How about a yellow?
It's a set off, but it's not the end of the train. That's what I'm trying to get at there. Insert comment. Okay, we're getting there. And then we got our Selkirk. Interesting. So where did block 2 come up? Okay, Selkirk oil. Really? So this is where the connections I'm really interested in that. Insert the comment. Let me see here. So to oil placed on arrival. I don't know where it's placed to. What I mean, in the arrival track? Doesn't everything go to the arrival track? So this is interesting where we're seeing these connections. And I'm very curious as to when they say they have a connection, how much of that is it really going? Is it just turning into the next train? You know what I mean? It's very, very interesting. But, you know, I don't know. I don't know that part, and I gotta find out about that. So I think at some point I might talk to Mikey this week. So it's 11:07. I think I'm gonna call it for now. So let me just take a quick look at this though, and see what we got here. Allentown, Pennsylvania was heading to Boston. So it had the trailer vans in it, which I'm not going to be able to do. I just can't do that unless I'm, I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Maybe through RTS at some point, but so 2 connects to SIBO and subsequent trains. So block 1, all that was the trailer vans. So what I don't understand, and this is what I gotta learn, and I gotta learn this pretty soon, what exactly is this connection that they keep talking about? Why are they only showing 1? Is it that's the dominant? Because if I have something from one of those other yards for a different industry someplace, okay, well, where am I grabbing it from? You know what I mean? Is it a set off at Selkirk because of that, or that's what I don't understand. I can see. I don't know. Just I'm confused by that. So let me just take a look at this here. So LI, which I don't seem to have one. Fresh Pond, New York. Whoa, hold on a second here. That's got to be. Whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, that makes a little bit. That changes things. That Fresh Pond, New York is the that's the waste. Well, that makes that makes a lot of things change. I understand about Boston, if it's just an Allentown to Boston connection, but what the heck is that? There's oil that's placed on a rail. I don't even know if these are like actual notes, and then there's the rest of it. I mean, there's got to be local stuff in here too. This maybe I'm making a big deal about all these blocks and just run the freaking trains and who cares, right? At the end of the day, that's what it might be. I just might have that. But what I'm trying to do is group the tags a little bit, and maybe if I can make something predominant. I don't know how the hell I'm going to do that. Yeah, it's going to be fun. Okay, so how about I call it for the night then? And yeah, I think that's what I'll do before I lose my mind. So, gonna do a lot more research on Tuesday, a little bit on Tuesday, and then Wednesday. And if I have time tomorrow, I'll post a few messages. I might even post some tonight before I call it. So, but anyways, that's all for now. And I don't know when I'm gonna see you guys again. I ain't gonna make any promises. So, but I'll be working on it. So just check out the Wikia for the latest. And again, appreciate all your support. Let me know what you're thinking. Let me know what you're missing. If it's not there yet, just start the conversation. That's all I gotta say. And I'll get this ready as soon as I can. And then hopefully I'll have it public, or at least publicly available to those that are qualified within a few weeks after that. So hopefully we're coming in about a few weeks. So anyways, we'll talk to you soon. See ya.